welcome you to the Provo Municipal Council meeting on this Tuesday, April 8th at 5:30 p.m. We'll begin with a roll call, starting with Councilmember Bogdan.
Becky Bog.
Rachel Whipple.
Gary Garrett.
George Hanley.
Craig Christensen.
Catrice McKay.
Thank you. And Councillor Travis Hoban is excused this evening. Our opening prayer will be offered by Mark Seastren. He's visiting with us tonight and is a former member of the Orem City Council for 14 years. And glad to have you with us, Mark. Followed by Councillor Whipple leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Our Father in heaven, we're grateful for this wonderful opportunity we have to meet in public, to meet and to discuss the important items for the city of Provo, the surrounding community. We are grateful to have this freedom and this privilege. We ask thee to bless our leaders and those that make the important decisions, that they will be inspired, that they might be able to give due diligence and thought to all the important factors and be able to make the best decisions that will benefit the community as a whole. We're grateful for the residents and all the good that they do, and bless us that we might have a calm and peaceful meeting. And this we say in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
My friends, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Rachel, and thank you, Mark. First this evening, we have some special guests and visitors. Bruce and Kim Money are communications specialists for an interfaith religious group here in the Valley, and we're going to turn some time over to them to recognize local nonprofits that participated in the Giving Machines program here in the Valley a few months ago. So Bruce and Kim will turn the time over to you.
And welcome.
We know Craig. We know a few of you, actually. So my husband and I, this is Bruce Money, related by marriage. He and I are the Provo Communication Directors for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And one of the things we work with, besides government, is nonprofits, business leaders, 44 stakes in Provo. Just served, there's a lot. We had 1,400 at a Seder last night. We were planning on 400. And that was wonderful with Reverend Danny with us and Rabbi Joe. But that being said, we want to thank you for allowing us to make this presentation. There's so much that we're grateful for, one of which is our outstanding community that allows for service, my hometown and all the other service that you provide. And we want to recognize the local charities that are back behind us, which is just the wonderful group that we get to work with. And we hope that we can continue to provide the service for our community that they are helping us with, which is the most important thing. And my husband will cover some details right now.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable councilmen and women. It's an honor to be here to talk about the Giving Machine and the Light the World initiative that has thousands of individuals and families, allowed them to be fed, educated, clothed, strengthened, and become more self-reliant right here in Utah Valley. We're here to celebrate that on both the receiving and the giving end. Wherever the Giving Machines are located, a spirit of love and selfless service is present. The volunteers witness uplifting moments every single day. After a family outing to a Giving Machine, one father said, "My wife and I wanted our kids to experience the joy of giving, and watching them choose a chicken, a book, or a baby blanket, or someone else in the world was a powerful lesson for them to learn." I'm so proud of my kids for sacrificing what little they have and loving it. It was launched in 2017, Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints' annual Light the World initiative of the Giving Machine has become a global phenomenon. In 2024, vending machines were located in 107 cities, 13 countries, 5 continents across the world, impacting millions of families and individuals. Some 450 nonprofits participated in the 2024 initiative, more than all the previous years combined. This is a growing phenomenon. For the first time, giving machines appeared in Asia, Hong Kong, and Africa, Nairobi, Kenya. After 5 years, they also returned to the United Kingdom after a COVID hiatus. One of the most remarkable aspects of this initiative is that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints covers all operational expenses. As a result, every donation, 100%, is used to bring the items purchased by donors to the recipients. Since the first giving machine was switched on, nearly $500 million has been donated by children, teens, and adults worldwide. We're very fortunate in Utah Valley to have one of the best locations for the giving machines. The Woodbury family, Guy Woodbury, whom I went to high school with, and know the family well, remarkable people. The owners of the University Place Mall and the mall have provided the location, the electricity, critical internet service, and security for this initiative. Rain or snow, the machines always work at the University Place. Back to you, dear.
So some of the key highlights for the Utah County Giving Machine this year is that we worked with 9 charities, and this is the fun part, 6 of which were Provo charities. Excuse me. There were 16,600 transactions that occurred with the card swipes. There were 70,000 visitors, 45,845 items were purchased. 65% of the donations stay local, 35% are used in other parts of the world. In total, 386,161 meals were donated. Our giving machine donations were similar to the year prior, which is remarkable considering the impact of recession and inflation and everything that's been happening to the families locally. These trends have had a significant impact on these charities that make these donations more even impactful because they're able to provide even more opportunities for us to serve. And that allows our community to serve by paying for those different services. And donate and serve our community has in Provo. Our Utah giving machines are one of the 2 top giving machines in the entire world, providing and funding these services throughout it. That is exciting to know that 6 of those are Provo charities, and that's exciting to me on many levels, especially what that has done and will do for our Provo community. It's the widow's mite of the single elderly in our community, as we talked about Meals on Wheels back there, that the giving machines can enrich the lives of those in our community because it's kept local most of the money. Serving together with our charities, we've been lighting the world in our community. I'd like to recognize now these amazing charities. Please come up when your charity is announced, though you can make your way to make things faster, and bring your giving machine plaques if you have them. The first is Community Action Services and Food Bank, Karen McCandless, the executive director. While she's coming up, I have to talk about her. I've worked with Community Action now for the year that I've had this 10-year calling, and she is one of the most amazing people I know. With 9/11 Day of Service, I mean, it's been so fun to work side by side with you, and I'm just so grateful to know you. Oh, thank you. So here. Oh.
And thank you all.
We have these.
Karen,
Oh, sorry.
stay up here. We're going to take a photo after.
Okay.
Yeah.
He knows our agenda better than I do. Thank you. So Easter lilies because of the peace that you bring to our community through service. There was a song, one of my favorites is called It Is Well With My Soul. I've sung it for years, and I just heard it last weekend. That gives us peace when we serve. So thank you. Okay, next is, sorry, I should have done this earlier. I Care for Kids, which is also Cite the World, Maggie Klein and Mike Burton, who was one of our students 14 years ago on study abroad. What Maggie is holding are the tiles that people chose from at the giving machines. If you wouldn't mind turning that around to everyone, they had 5 tiles. I will just mention briefly that they did lenses for literacy, Sight for the Success. You're working with WIC now. Isn't that what you were telling me? And 4,695 donations so far just from the giving machines. And Karen had 320,693. Thank you. Next, we have Meals on Wheels, Jimmy Golding and Chris Nelson. While they're coming up, Meals on Wheels has been so helpful in bringing meals to our seniors, but it's not just meals, it's visits, which we have a lot of senior elderly in Provo and very grateful for their service. So thank you. They received 21,998 money for visits and for meals. Next is, can you get the file to the side? Next is United Way of Utah County, which has 23 subgroups under United Way. We have Katie Hoshino and Shannon McCarty, Chief Operating Officer, with us today. So United Way received, oh goodness, well, so many. Everyone loves United Way. And I know BYU sponsors United Way as well. So thank you so much for your service for our community. Alpine House. Robert Johns. And he also is a subset or underneath United Way. And we appreciate all he does with housing a 14-bed facility and maternal health, mental health. Thank you so much for what you do. Lastly, we heard about the chickens and the pigs, but that's not you, Jacob. Let's see, Jacob Smith, but we're having him come up. He thought of this idea by creating little tiles where people could buy chickens and pigs and other things. They could start businesses. And we're really excited about that. I knew it was Curtis Beasley. Jacob was going to come. Is he not here? That's okay. Curtis, thank you so much for all that you do. There were 6,815 provided for him. Thank you, Curtis. Just one second. So many families will receive help they need thanks to all of you. Appreciate that. We thank our Provo leadership on our council and Mayor Kafusi and all those that help encourage service, like I mentioned with my hometown and other initiatives that allow us to serve and to encourage us to serve. And it starts with you. So we have an Easter lily, if you can put it up there, for you as well, for bringing peace to our souls. Thank you.
That's very kind. Thank you. So if we could have all of you center yourselves here in front of the podium, move over this way because there are so many, we're going to stand behind you. Bruce and Kim, come join them, and Mark, come join them. And then Jennifer will take a photo for us, and Kim, we're happy to share the photo with you too.
Anybody else? Okay. We're good. Hey, my friend. How are you? Oh, wonderful.
Becky, would you set this down, please? Our community is so much richer with all the work that our nonprofits do. And I know this just represents a small number of individuals and organizations that do great things in Provo City. Thank you all. Thanks for taking time to be with us. You're very deserving of the recognition you've received. And thank you, Mark and Kim and Bruce, for supporting this in our community. Next, we have a presentation regarding the recommendations of the Elected Officials Compensation Commission. And this will be presented to us by Juan Riboldi.
Thank you for the opportunity. It's a real pleasure to be with you. And I am representing the Elected Officials Compensation Commission. According to the Provo City Ordinance 4.04 125, the Elected Officials Compensation Commission is created once every 4 years in the same year that the mayoral election is held, and is tasked with recommending an annual salary for the mayor and for the council members. After some deliberation, the Elected Officials Compensation Commission unanimously recommends an annual salary of $160,959 for the mayor. Our recommendation is based on the following criteria. The current rate for salaries for the Provo City mayor is approximately 6.4% below the salary of mayors of cities in comparable cities in the area. And we also estimate that these other cities will provide an approximate 2% to 2.5% cost of living adjustment as of July. So the proposed recommendation for putting the salary at $160,959 would put Provo City at the medium rate with comparable cities in Utah. And we think that this is very appropriate, given that Provo City has some additional complexities that are beyond some of the other cities, including managing an airport, municipal power plant, for example. So that's the recommendation for the mayor. When it comes to the council members, the deliberation has unanimously recommended an annual salary of $28,846. And the criteria for that recommendation is based that cities, council members and other cities of comparable size receive retirement benefits valued at about 15.19% of their salary. We estimate that also these cities will provide an approximate 2 to 2.5% cost of living adjustment. And we also factored some additional expenses related to travel and communications. So all things considered, including the fact that Provo City has some unique complexities, as we mentioned before, we recommend that the salary be set at the $28,846. In addition to that, there will be an additional annual compensation for expenses related to communications and travel expenses to remain in effect at the $3,300 per year. That's the report.
Thank you, Juan. Did you chair the commission this year?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
A special thanks to you and to those who served with you. Let me read Anna King. Some may be here. David Shipley, David Wright, Jim Tracy, Josh Fillmore, yourself, and Michael Ann Gardner. And then representing Provo City on the commission, Daniel Softly and Lillian Montoya. We extend thanks to you for your service in doing this. This is part of our code every 4 years, as you mentioned, during the mayoral election year to commission this study. Are there any questions for Juan or his team? Again, thank you. We'll look forward to having you submit your report to our staff. And again, we greatly appreciate your service to the
Thank
city.
you very much. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Juan.
Yep.
Next, we have our allocated time for public comment. As indicated on the screen, a required public hearing will be held for certain agenda items prior to council action. After each such item has been presented, time to comment will be provided for all those who wish to speak. For items that do not require a public hearing, public comment will still be taken following the presentation of the item, but will be limited to 10 minutes. At this time, up to 15 minutes have been set aside for open public comment period, which is intended to allow comment on matters that do not appear on the agenda, but are limited to topics regarding municipal business or within the council purview. Persons who speak during this time to an item that's on the agenda, that is, will normally not be afforded a second opportunity to speak during the comment period specific to that item. Each speaker will generally be limited to 2 minutes. And for noticing purposes, no formal action is taken in this meeting on any matters that do not appear on the agenda. Those with comments are invited to approach the podium. We'll take comments from anyone here, or if anyone has joined us by Zoom. And please just begin by stating your name and city of residence. We'll open public comment at this time. Welcome again.
I'm John Hale. I live in Provo, Grandview. The motivational speaker, Zig Ziglar, states that you shouldn't wait for all the lights to turn green before you go to work. So following his advice, I set out to purchase a home that I thought would make a good location for sober living. First, I made sure that it had the proper zoning. Then I made sure that it had enough bedrooms, as a simple Google search will show that most successful sober livings will have at least 6 residents. That's because you have to have enough people to create a family feel. So people are working together towards sobriety and their goals.
Like,
Other key amenities
so
include
like, do you think
being,
they'll just let us place it there? Because I don't want to bring in dates either.
If there's someone on their Zoom call, if they could just please mute their microphone.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, John, excuse me.
Other key amenities include being close to public transportation and 12-step meetings. But specifically, I wanted to be close to a church. And this is because studies have shown that people with
She's not.
consistent church attendance
Then-
usually have a lot higher sobriety rates. Being a
Could
real
you help me
estate
unhook
investor,
this?
when
That way I
I
don't have it
purchase
during
a
the
property,
dance.
I'm normally looking for
I
a
don't
short sale
know
or a
because I don't have any
foreclosure.
more lines.
Be impossible to find. I went to MLS where normally you get retail deals. In a market where things were flying off the market after a couple of days being listed, I found something that had been listed for over a month, but I put in a full price offer for it because it was located directly adjacent to a church where they hold 12-step meetings. Although this might not be a wise real estate investment, I wasn't doing it to make money. I was doing it because I was trying to do some good. I was trying to do some good for the recovering addicts in Provo. It's like President Monson said, it is in the doing, not just the thinking, that we accomplish our goals.
Thank you, John. John, could I just ask the residents that you're talking about, is it in Grandview?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Are there any others who would like to make public comment at this time?
Hi, I'm Monica Milburn. I live in West Provo, right on Center Street. And we're here to talk about the zoning. I don't know if you want to put that back up on the agenda so people can see it. The zoning change, this is the public comment for us to be able to do that, right?
So
Or are you doing that
actually,
later?
we'll be doing public comment with that item when it appears on the agenda.
Oh, okay.
That will be in
Our bad.
about 30 minutes. I'm so sorry.
No, we're good.
This
We're
is
just
for-
really eager to talk about
Of course,
it.
absolutely. And we're eager to hear.
Okay, great. We'll
Just
wait.
give us a few
We'll
more
wait.
minutes. Is there anyone else who would like to make a comment on anything that does not appear on the agenda?
if we can't be here when it is on the agenda? Can you come up now?
Yes.
Sometimes it's just nice to wait to the agenda item because the public comment is after we've been given the initial presentation. So you're getting a little bit more information before you do the comment. But if you can't stay, please do your comment now.
Okay, well, let me get some context for question time. How long do you think it would take to get to item 6? Like hours?
No, probably more like 30 minutes tonight.
To get all the way to 6?
Mhm.
I will wait. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's no other public comment, we'll close it at this time and continue with the agenda. Now we have 30 minutes. I've promised 2 people to get through these next 4 items. A resolution appropriating $383,532 in the general fund for fire department needs. This will be presented to us by Chief Jeremy Hedman.
Council, thank you. I'll keep it short so that we can meet our obligations. We're here for an appropriation for $383,000 for, do you have the PowerPoint? Yeah. It's all right. I'll be brief on each of the items just so you refresh your memory on what they're about. The first is $110,000 for sending 10 EMTs to paramedic school. That'll help us reach our goal of getting 2 paramedics on every ambulance all the time, or at least the majority of the time. The appropriation for $65,000 is for our personal protective equipment, which is our turnouts, our fire gear that we wear into the structure fire. We need that because once they go into a fire, they're contaminated with cancer causing chemicals, so that we need to come out and wash them. So they need a second set. So we have a number of people that we hired last year that we are in need of buying them a second set. And then the appropriation for the $29,700 for the automatic external defibrillators are because the ones we have they don't work anymore. So we need to replace them. Their number of them are actually on a shelf. So we're in dire need of getting some of those replaced. And then a few we have on our existing apparatus are not going to make it through the summer. So, and then our final appropriation is for $178,000, and that's for automated CPR devices. And those will replace the ones we have now, which are expiring. The batteries are completely in July, they just turn off. So we have to replace all of those batteries. Rather than put a bunch of money into batteries for old devices, we'd like to upgrade to newer, more current CPR devices. I can elaborate on any of that if you'd like, but
Thank you, Chief. Does anyone have any questions for Chief Hedman regarding this resolution? Thank you, Chief. Appreciate your great service. This item is available for public comment if anyone would like to speak to this item. Please state your name and city of residence.
I'm Peter Johnson. I live here in Provo on the south side. I would like this budget approved because I come from a first responder family. My dad was a volunteer firefighter in Delta.
Thank you, Peter. Appreciate your endorsement. Any other public comment? If not, we'll close public comment. Oh, I'm sorry. Please come forward.
My name's Elise Campbell. I live in South Provo. I would also like this budget resolution approved in favor of the fire department because I believe it will save lives.
Great. Thank you very much. Any other public comment? If not, we'll close public comment and open for any council discussion on this resolution. Yes, Councillor Whipple.
Yeah, I just want to note that we talked about this in our work meeting a couple of weeks ago. And originally, the ask from the fire department was less than this. But they said we also need to have this equipment upgrade. And so we're like, well, we should do this now. And so I just wanted to let you know that the council wanted to act more quickly on this. Sometimes our departments are a little bit shy of asking for what they need. But this is all critical material and critical training. So I'm really glad that Chief Hedman was able to present this to us and that we have the opportunity to get this for him now.
Thank you, Councillor Whipple. If there's no other council comment, I'll call for a vote. Councillor Bogdan.
Yes.
Councillor Christensen.
Yes.
Councillor Garrett, yes. Councillor Handley.
Yes.
Councillor McKay.
Yes.
Councillor Whipple.
Yes.
That motion passes by a vote of 6-0 with Councillor Hoban excused. Thank you. Next, we have a resolution approving a transfer of $1 million from the general fund to the insurance and claims fund, presented to us by Administrative Services Director John Borget.
Yes, thank you, Chair Garrett and the Honorable Council. During the past year, the city has incurred some large claims. As a result, the insurance claim fund has been impacted, and administration is recommending a transfer of $1 million. And that fund be from the general fund to the insurance claims fund. I would just mention that one of the primary reasons that we try to build and manage our fund balance is to be prepared for unexpected events. And so I feel like this is a good use of fund balance. And so therefore, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, John. Does anyone have questions for Mr. Borget? Thank you, John.
Thank you.
This resolution to appropriate the transfer of $1 million is also available for public comment. If any would wish to speak to the item, they can come to the podium at this time. If not, we'll close public comment and bring the item back to the council for discussion. If there's no discussion, we'll call for a vote. Councillor Christensen.
Yes.
Councillor Garrett, yes. Councillor Handley.
Yes.
Councillor McKay.
Yes.
Councillor Whipple.
Yes.
And Councillor Bogdan.
Yes.
This resolution also passes by a vote of 6-0 with Councillor Hoban excused. Next, we have a resolution authorizing the mayor to approve an interlocal agreement with Utah County to conduct a vote-by-mail election for the 2025 municipal primary and general elections. This item will be presented to us by our city recorder, Heidi Ullman, who I believe is online tonight. Okay, so we'll invite her to unmute and present at this time.
Hi, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Heidi. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present remotely. I'm down in Cedar City at a conference, so I appreciate the acceptance. And anyway, this agreement is pretty routine. Every election year, we have the opportunity to enter this interlocal agreement with the county to help administer the election. Several other city recorders with more experience than myself in elections have stated that it is actually a huge benefit to do it this way, to contract with the county. It saves money, to not have to purchase the equipment ourselves, to not have to hire poll workers, things like that. The agreement is pretty straightforward. The last page of the agreement discusses the information, as far as how much it'll cost us. This is a rough estimate. Obviously, this is the cap amount that we would pay for this election, but it also goes in Exhibit A, discusses what the county will be responsible for, and then what the city will be responsible for. And that's really all I have. If there are any questions, happy to answer those.
Thank you, Heidi. Thanks for your work on this. It's very clear we've had a chance to review this. Do any council members have questions for our city recorder, Heidi Allman? If not, this item is also available for public comment. If any would like to speak to this issue, you can approach the podium at this time. Seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring the item back to the council for discussion, if there is any. If not, we'll go ahead with the council vote. Councillor Garrett, yes. Councillor Handley.
Yes.
Councillor McKay.
Yes.
Councillor Whipple.
Yes.
Councillor Bogdan.
Yes.
And Councillor Christensen.
Yes.
That resolution passes by a vote of 6-0 with Councillor Hoban excused. Next, we have an implied motion on an ordinance approving a public infrastructure district. This will be presented.
Yep. Thank you.
This will be presented by Betsy Fowler-Russin and Megan Murphy, attorneys with White Bear with WBA, I think that's called. Thank you, Betsy. Welcome.
Thank you. It's great to be back. I have to decide whether I want to use my glasses or not. It's an honor to be here. We have a presentation. I don't know that we need to go through the entire presentation as we've been here at two previous working meetings. But it is for seeking a vote of approval of the governing document and the creation of the Slate Canyon Public Infrastructure District. And just a couple of things to note. Number one, my eyelashes did grow back between the last time we were here and today. It is an honor to be here. I love Provo. I lived in Provo for 7 years. I grew up in St. George, did my undergrad at BYU, and went to law school at the Y. Live in Lehigh now. But it's such a unique community, and it is an honor to be here to represent the possibility of a PID within the city boundaries. We want to remind the council and to inform those that may have questions that a PID is a separate governmental entity intended very much so to provide for a structured financing tool. I've heard others refer to it that a PID is creating a sandbox within a certain area in which the PID then can create or use financing structures to create the funding to build the infrastructure that'll be in place. I appreciate all the questions that you had. I do have colleagues here. Connie Gonzalez in the back, you'll recognize she was here before as well, with the underwriter, the investment banking team, DA Davidson, as well as representatives from Lennar Homes, the builder and developer here as well. I think with that, we had a lot of questions. We did write some responses back to you that I know are part of the meeting packet today. So I won't belabor the issue. I'll just ask if there are any additional questions maybe that we can address.
Michael, could you please put up the map of the district, the residential district that we're referring to there on the South State Street near Slate Canyon, called the Buckley Draw?
Yes,
neighborhood.
and this has been in the works for over a year now. There was a rezoning of the critical hillside overlay zone that overlapped this area, and that was in last July. I believe there is a slide showing that there's a map on page, I think it's 5. There it is. Up along the north end here is where we see the Bonneville Shoreline Trail. And these are the amenities to be funded by the Public Infrastructure District.
Councillor Bogdan.
There seems to be a lot of confusion with our public. So could you go over who would be a part of the PID, just
Yes.
so it's a part of the public? The feeling is the people with outside of the area are going to be responsible to pay this back.
Okay.
And so I think we need to make it clear of what a PID is and who that affects.
Yes, okay,
Thank you.
and that's a great question, and it is one that we get. Technically, when I talk about a PID being a sandbox, what a PID is not, well, so we would ask to create a PID today. And part of that is a governing document. You are the gatekeepers, but once that governing document is passed, it creates a separate governmental entity, which is this public infrastructure district. Now, within the boundaries of this district, and those boundaries you can see right here between Nevada Avenue and Slate Canyon Road, or Slate, is it Slate Canyon or just Slate?
Slate Canyon.
Slate Canyon Drive, thank you. Just within the boundaries of the PID board can levy taxes or assessments for those who own property within the PID can pay against. Now, what it would do is it would be able to issue bonds, which would bring in private financing that would allow the developer then to use any funds, not any funds, but the funds that are generated from that financing to build the public infrastructure. So the assessments or the taxes that can be levied only affect this area. To create the PID, you have to have approval of 100% of the landowners. At this time, Lennar Homes, they are the landowners. And so the board for the PID right now, there are 5 representatives. Those representatives are all agents of Lennar Homes. The governing document then allows, as the area becomes populated, the members who live within that population group can become members of the PID board and they transition in. I hope that answered the question. It's really a financing tool. It's a mechanism to allow for private funding to come in and pay for infrastructure upfront, and won't last more than 30 years or until the bond is paid off.
Thank you so much. I think that helps. I think the key thing here is 100% of the property owners have to be on board. So if you didn't sign a document saying that you're 100% of the property owners, it won't affect you or your taxes.
That's
thank you.
correct. And it doesn't roll up to the city's bottom line in any way. It doesn't affect the city's credit worthiness or credit ability to get loans. It's a independent and separate entity.
Thank you so much.
Are there other questions?
Yes, Counselor Christensen, that answers your question. Are there any other questions for Betsy? Or for any member of her team who has come? Thank you, Betsy. This item is also open and available for public comment. If there are any here who would like to speak to this resolution regarding this public infrastructure district proposed for the Slate Canyon neighborhood, you can come to the microphone at this time. If not, we'll close public comment and bring the, yes.
Okay, I still have a lot of questions.
Please share
Oh,
with us
yes,
your name.
Thank you. Yes.
Yes.
Kimberly Galaxy. I live in Provo
Thank you.
and I live in Slate Canyon Drive.
Oh.
There's still a lot of things I don't understand. With the property owners, you're saying the homeowners with the mortgages or paid mortgages would sign off, or it's the developers that they bought it from? I don't know if someone can answer because I have my clock on, but I'm just saying I do feel like it is kind of unsettling that answers are given in very jargony ways, phrased very carefully. What I have heard of Bentley Draw as a project is honestly, I think, extremely damaging to the area. There's already a nearly unlivable parking issue, and Bentley Draw does not address those. They may think they do with one owner, 1 year occupancy, blah, 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 for those who know what I'm talking about, but no. Parking infrastructure is not being taken care of. It's already a burden to us. And now they're asking, if I understand, us to pay taxes for this place to exist. No. Okay. So that's the part that I think is unclarified and confusing. But regardless, whatever this does, it's something that is not well understood. It's not being well communicated, in my opinion. And it sets a precedent. To me, it sets a precedent that if we pass this, the momentum, the stone is down the hill and things are getting worse and worse. As you probably know, the state legislators are pressuring you guys to pass more and more building permits for housing that is not sustainable. We'll have, remember the place now in South Provo, like Brookside, I think, that just, it's going to exponentiate. So I plead with you to please think of the residents with empathy as if it was your own family, as if it was your own situation, and please at least vote no on even Bentley Draw happening. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you, Kimberly. I expect over the course of our discussion as a council, we'll be able to respond to your questions and clarify. Is there any other public comment? Yes, uh-huh. We're just going to make you state your name again.
My name is Elise Campbell. I
Okay.
actually live on Nevada Avenue, well,
Mhm.
just off of it. And I don't know if this is the right place to ask this question, but will public access to the Bonneville Shoreline Trail be protected still through that spot? That's where I go to the Bonneville Shoreline Trail. I like to go there all the time. And so I've been a little sad as I see this, well, little fence come up around the area. That's my question.
Okay, thank you, Elise. I expect during our discussion as a council, we'll be able to address that. Is there any additional public comment on this issue? If not, we'll close public comment and bring the item to council for discussion. Councillor Christensen.
Well, let me just reiterate.
Your microphone. Yeah, it's up to you.
Is this better? Right. Just to reiterate, this only applies, the PID only applies to people who live in that development. If you live across the street, it does not apply to you. So only the new homes that will be built does the PID apply to. Again, that was a comment that was made. I just wanted to make sure everyone was crystal clear. It's only for these new homes.
And access to the trail. Councillor Bogdan.
So the access to the trail is part of, what is it, development agreement, Brian? Yeah, it's development agreement. So what this PID does is public infrastructure. So public infrastructure would be the trail, the trailhead, what is it? Those are the bathrooms, the restroom, all the amenities that are within that development agreement that is for public infrastructure. And what they are telling us is that they are solvent, right? But how can I explain this well? That they're asking for this money so that the public infrastructure can be done in a timely manner. So it's not at the end of the project, but it can be done maybe at the first of the project, right? And it's to ensure that that's what's there. And so then when they sell these homes will be still sold at an affordable rate. But when it comes time for their property taxes, the repayment of the PID will be in addition to their property tax to pay it off for 30 years, for 30 years from that point on. Are there any other?
Thank you, Councillor Bogdan. Councillor Whipple.
Yeah, this is interesting. We haven't done one of these for a residential development like this before. And the development agreement that we got had like all sorts of bells and whistles and everything. And I think the worries that cities always have is even with these good promises, maybe the developer doesn't do all of the extra trails and things until like the last house is built and sold. And so then you'd have, 100 houses there, but you don't have everything else finished around it. And so my understanding is that this should help accelerate it because they have different options for getting the funding. I did have a question. I think Justin had raised this, and that was about the trailhead and the bathroom and things like that. Those items that the developer will be paying for, and then they'll be put over to city maintenance, or is the city building them? So that's the question is, for some of those very public access things that are not just for people who live in development, but for everybody to come and use the trailhead to get up to the Bonneville Shoreline Trail. Who exactly is paying for that and when?
Yes, and I know we went back and forth over email with Brian. I don't know if you want me to address it or if you want to go ahead. It's my understanding that Lennar and their representatives have not included those trailhead amenities in the PID calculation, if that's correct. And that in the development agreement, the city is responsible for constructing those trailhead amenities, which are defined as the trailhead, the bathrooms, and the public parking lot.
So what will be the timing on the city doing those with the development being put in?
That's probably a question for Doug Robbins.
Where's Doug when I need him? Okay, but the Lennar would be having that area set up. They'd be kind of making sure that the site is prepped and ready for the city to be able to do that. And part of your public improvements would be building the connections to that.
So on this map.
Up to the mic, please, my friend.
And Xander, I'll invite either, maybe if you wanted to come to represent the developer, or you can just nod and affirm that I'm answering correctly. This map here, the location where it says public hiking trails, that's where they had talked about the restroom being the public restroom and the parking for the trailhead. The funding for the public infrastructure district, you can see connections and paving for the hiking trails that already exist and connection up to the other trails. But the funding is, as Justin explained, those amenities, many of the bathroom and the parking structure, that's going to be up to the city.
Okay.
Is that right?
BJ, could you state your name, please? And
Sure. BJ Ryan with Lennar Homes.
Thank you.
In response to the gal who was worried about losing her trail access, the streets within the community are public. So she will have her dedicated throughfare to the parking stalls and to the restroom, which will be the new trailhead. In the interim, on the north side of our property, that is city-owned property, and there are existing trails. No, there are existing walkways there. One of them is probably more like a Jeep trail, right? So we're not going to see that anymore. But during our construction, access will still be allowed to get to the trails. We'll have to do some work, obviously, because we do have construction going on, and we'll have to create some sort of delineation to try and keep people from wandering down into an area that's active construction. But the trail system will still exist, and the parking area, we will make it a priority to get those roads in and get that area turned over to the city, and we'll work with the city however they want. If they want to build it, if they want us to build it, and with some sort of reimbursement, we're happy to do that.
Wonderful. And we've had a couple of presentations on this already, so we've asked them a ton of questions. But one of the interesting things is of the millions of dollars that they have to do for the infrastructure and everything, the part that they would be financing through the PID is just a relatively small portion of that. It's not the entire cost of this infrastructure.
Yes, that's correct. So the cost of the public infrastructure itself it is up almost 5 million, or is it 8 million? But it's 4.7 million. And I think that number has gone up just in recent months due to some developments. The amount that has been estimated by the raising of the bonds is 1 to 2 million. So the rest of it, the public infrastructure expenses, Lennar will be paying.
And when you say it's up 4.7 million, that's how much more it's going to cost to do this than the developer thought when they made all the promises in the development agreement.
That's correct. Well,
Are you saying how much?
That it's that much more.
By the time we get done with the debris flow channel, the extensive grading as we rework the roads with the fire department and with internally with department staff, we'll come close to $1 million in our upcharge from our original anticipated costs.
And that was from July of 24.
So you have a strong interest in getting the funding and getting this built as quickly as possible, so costs don't continue to rise, so you don't have the holding cost or the increase in inflation and other things.
That's true. Time is money. So we borrow money like everybody else, and somebody has to pay for that privilege. So
Yeah.
yeah, time, speed equals cost effectiveness for us.
Because I think the worst case scenario for our city would be that we approve this, but then you sit on it and the project's not good, and then we just would not approve one for anybody else ever again. So you're kind of a test case for us, and I'm glad that you have experience with this and a good reputation on it. But there's a lot that's riding on your good reputation and then your follow through here.
Thank you, BJ. Thank you, Betsy.
Thank you.
I know speaking to an issue that was raised earlier by a resident and possible or potential lack of communication on this issue. One concern that I expressed earlier was the fact, wondering how residents buying into this community would know the impact on their property tax. And we have been assured, talking to financial representatives, that there are 4 times in this process, including at closing, prior to closing, that residents purchasing in this community would know the impact it would have on their property taxes for the period of this obligation. Is there any other discussion by council members? Councillor Bogdan.
So I just have a clarifying question for Lennar.
BJ, could you come back to the podium, please?
So the public infrastructure that you are doing, that you're going to use the PID for, that's the stormwater that's coming down off of Buckley Draw, down over into Bicentennial Park, right?
Yeah. So
The debris flow, I guess.
Yeah. So we have public improvement and we have private improvement. So we get this bucket of money and we can use it towards the public improvements, the streets, the grading, the water systems, the sewer systems. The PID money doesn't go towards the private improvements. The debris channel, it is a benefit to the community, but ultimately, I think when we build it, it is private because we haven't turned the property over to the city. But ultimately, yes, it is part of what goes into the entire package, making the system work. The debris flow channel, 2 purposes. One, as we know, it's to absorb any debris flows that would come out of the Buckley Draw. And then secondly, it also works as a catch for any rock that might come off the hillside.
Okay, so it's basically, when we do this PID, it's basically to grade the roads and to put in the sewer infrastructure.
Grade the roads, put in the sewer, put in the water, put in any public, anything that's related to the public. If it's
So we're not
related to this-
getting a trailhead off of this. We're not getting a
Yes, you
parking
are.
lot off of this.
From us,
Yes.
you will get the grading for that. You will get the water service for you will get the water going to the restroom. You will get a sewer service going to the restroom. So yes, you will see funds that, well, they're all for the benefit of the city, right? The road is public, so will be the trailhead. So yes, the city is going to benefit from what we're doing.
But you just won't
Absolutely.
pave the parking area, you won't build the restroom, and you won't build the trailhead?
We're for sure going to do the parking lot. I know that's in the design. We're working with the city. That has to be incorporated into our work. We are working with Parks and Recreation to locate where the bathrooms will be. We'll need to do the grading for that. We understand that we need to get from the bathroom up to the Bonneville Shoreline Trail. We need to make a nice clean connection there. And on top of that, we're also working with the city to get them some better access to the water tank, as I understand that it is south of the project. So yeah, there's a lot of benefits to the actual city and residents outside of just our folks.
And I'll add that there are other amenities too. So not just the trailhead and the restrooms. There are pickleball courts here. There's a community garden as well. You have the runoff and sewer runoff facilities. All of those are part of the public infrastructure and part of the governance of the PID. Everything they do, every decision they make, because they're public dollars, because it is a public infrastructure, everything has to be transparent. So they have to involve an auditor, they have to involve accountants. So every dollar is accounted for. If it is public money, it goes towards a public project that will benefit the public.
So the pickleball courts will be open to the public, but maintained by the HOA?
I'm not that far down the road. I don't think so.
They're not. The pickleball courts.
So those are private.
Those are private and are part of the community amenities. That's correct. Yes.
So those wouldn't be funded by the PID?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, BJ. Thank you, Betsy.
Thank you.
If there's no other council discussion, we'll call for a vote on this implied motion. Councillor Handley.
Yes.
Councillor McKay.
Yes.
Councillor Whipple.
Yes.
Councillor Bogdan.
No.
Councillor Christensen.
Yes.
And Councillor Garrett. Yes. That resolution passes by a vote of 5-1 with Councillor Hoban excused. Next, we'll move to an ordinance amending the zone map classification of real property generally located at 3410 West Center Street from the A1.10 zone to the AI zone, Airport Industrial Zone. This is in the Fort Utah neighborhood and will be presented to us by Planning Supervisor Aaron Ardmore.
Okay, thank you, Council. We had an opportunity to talk about this earlier today, so let me just kind of give an overview of the proposal and the reasons behind staff's recommendation in the report that you have. So overview of the area, you can see there highlighted in red, adjacent to Lakeview Parkway and Center Street. The 25 acres to the west of these parcels that you'll see later as part of the overall concept plan have been zoned airport industrial. This is still an agricultural zone, these 13 acres. And the general plan down there, all the brown area that you can see is airport related designation in the general plan. So that kind of leads to some of staff's reasons for recommending approval of this is the zone adheres to the general plan and it's what's expected of the area. So as we go into the concept plan, this concept plan is important because it's tied to the rezone request with the development agreement. The reason for that is they are proffering things that the zone itself wouldn't require, specifically a trail wrapping around the entire property, the entire 38 acres. That trail would have a public access easement over it, to allow the public to come and enjoy the south side of the river, where right now they can only enjoy the north side of that section of the river.
In other words, Aaron, that access currently is not part of the...
Correct. Yeah, there's no current public access there. So this development plan would proffer that as part of their proposal. Within that area, you can see it's hard to see in this detail, but there's amenity spaces along here for people to kind of sit and enjoy the openness of that area. The concept plan, you could see on my last slide that 2/3 of this property is already zoned airport industrial. The concept plan goes across all of it. So this is essentially finishing up the work to entitle this entire project so they can come back to the staff and planning commission with their project plans and meet all the the regulations and standards of that airport industrial zone. There's been concern about trees there along the river. We talked about that earlier today. There are trees that should come down for safety reasons. There are going to be at least 570 trees that would have to be installed with this proposal. That's a zoning requirement that's currently in the books that would have to be shown in their landscape plans if this zone was given.
Is that based on a certain number of trees per acre,
It's
Aaron?
15 trees per acre. Yeah.
Thank you.
And so they're getting more trees. We're getting more public access along this river corridor. We're connecting it to, there's a tunnel under the Lakeview Bridge there. So that connection would continue east through the undeveloped land there you see along Lakeshore Drive. There's subdivision going in there. They have similar development agreement for a public access trail along the south side of the river there. So that would make that connection. So there'd be trails on both sides of the river through that area. Like I said, it meets the general plan. I think there's benefits for the city and for the public through this development plan. And we are recommending approval for those reasons. You have any questions for me?
Any questions for Aaron?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Aaron. I know we have the developer here as well. If he would like to come forward and add anything to this, to what Aaron has already presented and respond to any questions by council. And for our record, just remind us of your name and city of residence.
My name is Eric Jurgensen. I live in Lehigh. Thank you for having me, and sorry that I had to put on reading glasses. Had great discussions with the planning commission previously, about 3 weeks ago, and are thankful for them for their unanimous approval of this project. We have this proposed development and made sure that it conforms with Provo City Plan, the general plan, the airport industrial zone, environmental regulations, FEMA regulations, and so forth. As you can all see, we have 3 buildings that will create quite a bit of employment for the city of Provo over these 38 acres. We have always wanted to comply with the ordinances and codes associated with making this a very aesthetic, to the best it can, project. And in working with Aaron and the request to have, or the code that requires 570 trees to be planted, that's a good quantity of trees over and above what are already on the project. Our idea, our proposal would be to determine, and I've hired an arborist besides the Provo City arborist, Chaz, to give me recommendations on which trees should stay, which trees should go. And both arborists, and I can send the report from the other arborist, recommend that the vast majority of the trees on the south portion of the embankment should be removed. Now, our proposal is anything to the north of the berm or the trail, which is down the slope to the river. We would not touch those. We would leave those.
Just so I understand that more clearly. So there's your project, there's a slope up to an embankment, and then it slopes back down to the river. And so you're saying you've got this berm embankment.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that's on your project side from that, you should probably take those trees out. But the ones that are on the river side of that raised embankment should stay?
We would leave those.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the trees that would be closest to the river, provided that they're healthy, would remain.
Would stay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
There
you're not
is-
just cutting down all of the trees between your development and the water.
No, and if, you know, you can see the embankment if you go to the north side of the old Provo River. And I did mean to say that, you know, I think this is the old Provo River. It's not really the river anymore. You can see on the trail across as you look to the south, there's lots of trees that have fallen down. They're in the middle of the water. They're still, some of them are still beautiful in and of themselves when they fall down, but a lot of them are growing along the embankment. There is some concrete along the embankment. There's a cement structure that was there for diversion of water diversion and so forth that's still there as well. And so our decision would be to not touch those. And but to the south, the arborists they're all saying that the trees are diseased. Many of them are falling down. There has been a beaver problem in the area, so there's a lot of beavers that have they've really gnawed a lot of the trees. But yeah, we would definitely preserve those to the north of the embankment. And then with 570 trees, I mean, that's, you know, if I'm sitting here in the room as a member of the public, Ms. Bogdan, that's a lot of trees. 570 trees. We would and will make sure that there is a very aesthetically pleasing buffer between this area and obviously the buildings. And whether we have to create more berms, that's yet to be determined. We would work with staff on that. We would need some clarification from staff on where that buffer would actually start. So there's lots of there are questions that need to be resolved between ourselves and staff. But it is 38 acres. It's a large development. And, you know, it just, in the long run, it creates employment for Provo City. It's right over, or right under, excuse me, the flight path of commercial airline jets. The current property owners, the Hallidays, they will most likely come up and talk to you tonight. They will testify or they will say that they can smell, you know, emissions from those planes, you know, coming overhead. So they're, you know, it's a good use for the property, great use for the property as the general plan has stated. Had one other thing to address, but can't remember. So I'll close right there and
Does
field your
council
questions.
have any additional questions for Mr. Jurgensen? Councillor Handley.
Yes, we talked earlier in the work meeting about traffic that would be generated by the warehouses, especially diesel trucks.
Mhm.
Could you elaborate on that a little bit more? And in so doing, I would appreciate just knowing generally, I mean, you indicated to us some locations where there were docks. But I understood from what you said earlier in the work meeting that at least in the building on the far right, you don't know yet who the lease
Lieutenant.
subjects would be,
Yeah,
right? So you don't know yet what kind of businesses would be using them?
Well, they would be businesses that would comply with the zoning ordinance. So they couldn't be anything beyond what was restricted in the airport industrial zone.
Yeah,
So they're not going to be you know,
Anything, yeah.
anything, just anything. They'll comply with those
But
ordinances.
would we know if they would be frequent, if they would be generating more or less traffic? We don't know at this point.
Typically, And one other thing about myself, I am a part owner in a commercial general contracting company, and we do build these buildings as well. And so I do see a lot of these buildings. I do deal with other developers that build these buildings. In general, talking about building one over here to the right, a tenant that would take that space, it would be subdivided or demised. And typically those tenants on the smaller spaces, they don't need 4 or 5 docks for their deliveries. They need one dock. They need one drive-in door. And so if you look at the lines to the left of the building, in between those two lines, there's drive-ins, and then there's the other ones would be docks. And so those spaces would require a minimal amount of dock space or docks for those businesses. In general, if you drive along the freeways and you see industrial buildings or go to industrial complexes and so forth, those buildings don't have trucks parked there on a regular basis. And quite frankly, the clients that I see, they have deliveries, and I'm not saying this for everything or every business, but they have deliveries usually once a week, sometimes once every 2 weeks. And so, you know, I've gone into many tenants that are clothing distributors and nutraceuticals and so forth, and their deliveries are they're pretty set on a weekly basis, but not daily basis. And so that traffic, in my opinion, is not really a heavy traffic area. Now, the tenant for building number 2, their traffic is also, you know, fairly limited because of their production times. And so the dock space that they're going to have, or dock areas that they're going to use, would be in the upper left-hand corner or upper left part of that building. And then in the bottom right-hand corner would also be some other docks, and that would just be how their production flows through the building and then out. So one is receiving and one is obviously distribution. So, and then you can see the way the buildings are built. They share dock area in between the buildings.
So building number 3 and building number 2 are the same business?
So building 2, it is public knowledge who it is. And so, and I think you may know who it is, or you don't. Sounds like you do. Their intention is to lease building 3 as well once it's built, but I can't make that determination, or I can't, force them into that, but that's what their intention will be.
So is that the most, I mean, I understand you may not know the answer, and that's fine, but is that the most information we could have at this point in terms of being able to estimate amount of diesel trucks coming in and out of the unit? I mean, I understand you described a likely or even a lower case scenario. Obviously, from our point of view, I think we have to measure the maximum scenario for the benefit of the neighborhood. So, I without knowing that number, it kind of doesn't sit well until I have some idea of what kind of traffic we're talking about.
So the only thing I can think of here, and I'm not trying to be argumentative with you, is, I mean, we're the first ones in. And so to the south, you have more airport industrial, you have M1 zones as well. So there's going to be more buildings, similar to this coming, to Provo City. And so in my mind, I feel like we're going to be the least invasive, right from the beginning, because we're the first ones in. I wouldn't say we're the first ones in, but we're one of the first ones moving in. I know that the fields have been farmed by tractors that don't have filters on their diesel engines. So I know they emit a lot of diesel fuel without filters. I know that the EP probably need to. I know that the EPA is the one that sets the standards on trucks. You can simply Google, I'm not talking to you specifically, those behind me maybe, you can Google about the EPA standards when it comes to diesel vehicles, and those standards are really high. Obviously that may change with this administration, but the previous administration, the EPA standards were very high. And and I can't control how many are going to come. But just knowing the operations, it's not going to be a busy. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be that busy, but the reality is in the future, I'm not going to not say this, in the future, it could be, there could be more. So.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Jurgensen? Councillor Bogdan.
Eric, how many docks are there? Are there 80? Are there less? Are there 10? Are there 20?
Well, building number 1, you can count, and my apologies, I was not prepared with the number, but I can look at the number and say there's.
Are the docks those little triangle marks?
Yeah, so they're either the triangle or is there squares? The squares would be the drive-in. So for example, on building number 1, the furthest one on the bottom to the left, that's a drive-in door. And then above that line, those would be docks. And then the next line in between those 2 lines is a dumpster, and then 2 drive-in doors, and then docks, drive-in doors, docks, and so forth. Okay. Similar on building 2. So yes, the building could have docks on all sides, or the 2 sides, just as they're noted. But the tenant does not want all of those drive-in doors. The tenant would like to use that wall space for for warehousing and for production. And so they are only requesting 6 on the upper, so the north west, and 6 on the southeast. And then building 3, you could do the similar with as building number 1.
So
That's adjustable.
this
That's adjustable.
concept plan shows the maximum possible that there could be, but there may be fewer based on the client
Tenants.
specifications.
Correct.
But there can't be more because physically
No.
more won't fit on it than
No.
what are shown here.
No.
So give me a guesstimate so I don't count wrong. You guessing 20?
On which building?
All 3. Just throw a number out there for us.
So
But
building number
a good-
1,
a
it
good
looks like
estimated
there's
number,
3,
yeah.
6. I mean, I can
Is it
count them.
the-
I can
is it
count
the-
them and come back and tell you what they are. If you
Okay,
want
you
to.
can count them and then come back and.
Not right now, but after after this meeting, I can come and tell
Well,
you.
after the meeting,
Yeah.
Eric.
You need it now?
So
It's right there.
Eric, does each triangle represent a dock?
I'm sorry.
Okay, we'll let you, here you go. Is that correct? Okay, then I think Rachel's been calculating.
The triangles are
Counselor Whipple.
docks, and then the squares of the circles are drive-in doors.
So I
So,
wasn't counting the squares and the circles, but it's about 80 on the triangles for the
So it
3
is 80?
buildings,
For all 3 buildings. Does that sound? Okay.
Sure.
the
Yeah,
maximum
It's
possible.
there. Yeah.
Okay.
A drive-in door is the ramp goes up and then you drive in. So trucks or diesels can drive actually into the warehouse, and then obviously the docks just back up, unload.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Jurgensen? Thank you, Eric.
Thank
Mr. Jurgensen. We'll now open a period of public comment. I'm going to call first on our little friend who's been waiting patiently on the front row to make his public comment, and then we'll open up to the balance of the public. Just pull that microphone down and tell us your name and where you're from, what city.
Hi, I'm Miles Herrera, and I live in West Provo, and I go to Amelia Earhart Elementary. I'm in 4th grade. I want to tell you why changing zoning laws are a bad idea. Number one, it's bad for our health. A big industrial warehouse will make pollution increase in the air, on the land, and for the lake. Number two, it's dangerous for kids and everyone on Center Street. You can't even cross across Center Street safely. We don't need more traffic, especially more commercial trucks. Our middle school bus stop is across the street, and that will be more unsafe. And riding bikes down Center Street will be dangerous, noisy, and scary. It will ruin, number three, it will ruin the land, wildlife, the view, and everything beautiful about West Provo. I urge you to vote no on the zoning change. Keep West Provo beautiful and safe. Do what's best for kids like me. Thank you.
Thank you, Miles.
Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen in the audience, please no applause during the public comment period. It's open for all to comment as they see fit. We don't want to influence anybody's ability to speak. Thank you.
And that way we'll have time to hear from as many as possible. Thank you, Miles. Great job. Go ahead.
My name is Salvatore Calora, and I live at 205 North Geneva Road. I come to address this body today with grave concerns about the future of one of our chief community resources, the Provo River. No riverfront property should ever be zoned industrial for a host of reasons, environmental and aesthetic, so obvious I hardly need to enumerate them here. To use this precious riverfront acreage for warehouses and a parking lot to accommodate at least 700 vehicles and many trucks, as we've heard, is a tragic waste that I can hardly believe is being considered. Private property rights are 9/10 of the law, but 9/10 only. If I converted my small townhouse to a skyscraper, I would no doubt become immeasurably rich, but the cookie deliveries from my neighbors would likely cease. Zoning exists to protect the many and the few and balance community interests. I contend with some of the strange rhetoric I've heard concerning this issue. On the bank are only junk trees not well cared for anyway. People like the term junk trees in this situation, but there are many native cottonwoods on the site. The idea that we haven't taken good care of this resource, so let's destroy it, is alarmingly illogical. Let's just take care of what we have. Remove dead trees and whatever is healthy and beautiful can remain. Also, I've heard everything was farmland once, but it's time to let go, which betrays the haste to put shovel to earth. Communities decide what they preserve. For example, New Yorkers for 150 years have maintained that 800 acres of the most valuable real estate in the world should not be spoiled. Once community resources are frittered away, these resources are never regained. Any plan to develop the site should be small scale with a huge setback from the river to protect the riparian zone. The lower channel is far from having become a trickle. Another throwaway phrase. Can a Christmas boat cruise take place on a trickle? This is an opportunity to carefully plan development to preserve the Provo River and the area near the airport. My hope is that this council will not be the one remembered as one that allowed one of our community crown jewels to be blemished, but as the one which slowed down the process to favor an entire community and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Salvatore. Well, the next commenter is making his way to the front row. I'll invite an online comment by Megan Graves. Megan, if you go ahead and have a seat, sir. Megan, if you'd like to unmute your phone and go ahead and make your comment.
Yes. Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thanks. I'm traveling. Otherwise, I would be there in person. I appreciate the time. We've been to a few neighborhood meetings about this, and I've voiced our concerns, and I appreciate the explanation from the developer. I think he gave a lot of explanations in terms of, answering people's concerns. Honestly, the guy before me said almost everything that I would want to say. Aside from, I completely agree with everything he said. The one that was right before that talked about New York City Central Park, etc. And it's our job to preserve these places for future generations. I live a few blocks away, and we ride bikes on the Provo River Trail, the original Provo River Trail, as well as the Delta. We love the Delta. We love what you guys have done there. We are so devastated by the deterioration that's been allowed on the Provo River, the original Provo River Trail, and to have warehouses right next to the place where for 20 something years I've run and rode bikes there, and my kid is now enjoying that area. The Provo River is still very much there. It's a cesspool for mosquitoes right now in some places because it doesn't flow well enough. But it doesn't mean that because it's like that right now, that we should allow it to deteriorate even further with industrial buildings. And I'm concerned about the air quality. I know he talked about tractors and everything emitting diesel emissions also, but yeah. Am I too loud? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Megan. You have 20 seconds.
Oh, sorry. Anyways, just the biggest thing is I don't even care if it's been on the general plan for a while for it to be airport industrial. It's only been available to the public knowledge for a shorter amount of time, and we don't like it, and we don't want it. We it.
All right. Thank you very much, Megan. Thank you for calling in. Go ahead, sir. We're getting that interruption again. If we could just kind of check around our phone lines. Can you mute her? Is she muted? Can you mute the other?
No, it's the woman who just called. It's still the background.
So I think
You have to stay for a few minutes of flag practice.
Caller has joined online. Can you make sure their phone is muted? I see the hand is raised. Okay.
10 is cash. We're good.
yeah, that's everything. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It seems to have diminished. Let's wait for, okay, did you find something? Okay, okay. All right, sir, go ahead.
My name is Thomas Halliday. I live at 3460 West Center Street. If we can at first, let's just take on some real facts, okay? We farm the ground there. We farm all that ground. My dad used to own all of it with a partner, and they split it up. Along the way, the partner retired, and we've been running the ground the whole time. If we were to run our diesel tractors out there, like we do, farming, we would put out hundreds of times more emission than these diesel trucks are going to put out. The trucks are going to come in on Lakeview Parkway. They're going to pull in. They're going to stop, shut off, and load or unload. How do I know that? I work for BYU. I do the refrigeration and work on the buildings there. It's a 680,000 square foot building. It has about 20 docks. The semis come in, they back in, they shut off their trucks, and they load. Each of those trucks have emission protection on them that our tractors do not have. Our tractors will run for 6, 8, 10 hours a day, especially if it's corn silage that we're growing it. The emissions is far higher from the tractors because there's no equipment on them to diminish that. The jets, every time they fly in and fly out, I'm out there feeding the animals in the morning, and the stink from the jet fuel comes across. It's not from the cars or anything else. It's from the jet fuel. So
Thank you, Mr. Halliday. Does anyone have a question for Mr. Halliday, whose land it is? Thank you, Mr. Halliday. And we'll just invite each speaker to speak loudly into the mic so we can drown out whatever.
My name's Chris Halliday. I've lived on this property my entire life, 58 years. We've dealt with the city changing the zone numerous times. Right now, the south side is off limits to the public. If this is shot down, it's going to be off limits to the public. If it's voted, they're going to open up, like you guys know, the trail on the other side for the public. So, and also for all these people that are complaining, I think I have a solution. They could all mortgage their houses and buy it. Come and buy it. They can do what they want with it. But when they come up here, I'm going to be here complaining about what they want. Anyway, the project fits all the zoning codes. I ask that you pass it.
Thank you, Chris.
Good evening. My name is Zane Harker from Provo. Since 2020, our family has owned a home in West Provo. I earned my bachelor's and master's degree at BYU. Proud to call Provo home and grateful for the opportunity to address this issue in a civil dialogue. Let me start by saying I recognize that Provo is growing and that part of that growth requires building and new development. Likewise, I recognize that private landowners need flexibility to buy, sell, and improve their land. And my sincere hope is that our neighbors who are involved in this development can come out with an excellent deal. With regard to airport industrial zones, the city code states that the uses allowed in this zone are intended to not impact the surrounding residential areas as the noise, traffic, and aesthetics are being taken into consideration. To be frank, this standard is not being met on any of these dimensions. To illustrate, this is a scale model of the City Hall and Police Headquarters building that we're in right now, 1 inch representing 20 feet. At the same scale, here's a model of the Central Warehouse, Building 2, from a proposed concept plan. If built, it would be one of the largest freestanding buildings in the city, only somewhat smaller than Lavelle Edwards Stadium. The two other buildings are narrower but slightly longer, roughly doubling the wear from 100 to 700 heavy truck trips a day. We can expect a great deal more nitrous oxide and PM 2.5 particulate pollution in the immediate vicinity. It's not a small change, it's a highly impactful project that will reduce the quality and safety of the adjacent river trail and fishing area, as well as a nearby school, residences, and an assisted living area. We're capable of a better plan that makes effective commercial use of this land without ill effects of this severity. I urge you to vote against this rezoning measure and to implement a river overlay that systematically protects the river area with much larger setbacks as recommended previously by the Planning Commission. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Zane.
Hi, I'm Avery Finlinson. I live in Orem. I spend a lot of time on the Provo River Trail, so this came to my attention. I think the presentation was a little unclear on what was being discussed today. I think what's going on is there's already an airport industrial zone next to an agricultural zone, and they want to expand some of the industrial zone into the agricultural zone. Okay, so I don't have a huge stake in the property over here. I just want to advocate for the well-being of the neighborhood, the river trail, and especially the river and lake and nearby creatures. A lot of work has been going into preserving the wildlife in that area. And I think it would be very sad to see environmental effects from a new development. So whatever can be done to protect the water and the noise levels, I would appreciate that looked at carefully. Thank you.
Thank you, Avery.
Good morning, Council. My name is Chase Sketzelar. I have lived in the Fort Utah neighborhood my whole life. I love this city. I love the city that I call home. And I've seen a great deal of improvements, such as the River Delta and the creation of a District 3 that allows West Provo to have a greater voice. That said, I do not believe that these plans properly protect the river and the lake, things that we are working so hard to protect. With a warehouse comes more trucks. And I don't think that we fully understand how many trucks we're talking about. More trucks means more pollution. More pollution means more diseases for our children, such as asthma. Now, growing up with asthma, I cannot in 2 minutes tell you how miserable this is. I cannot tell you how miserable it is to have lungs that cannot run, that cannot dance, that cannot hike, that have sent me to the ER because I was laughing a little too hard with my friends. More pollution means more lungs like mine. It means more children who grow up with lungs that are damaged. Damaged lungs cannot fully take in all the opportunities we can to be physical on this beautiful river. I understand that we are growing, that West Provo is growing, but we have to be careful and we have to be sustainable. And I do not believe these plans are fully sustainable to protect what we have worked so hard to keep. I encourage the council to vote no on this proposal, or at the very least postpone until we have greater environmental protections for the river, greater protections for West Provo's air quality, and greater reason for a warehouse out there. West Provo is worth protecting. Our lives, our health, our safety is worth protecting. Thank you.
Thank you, Chase. While the next person is making her way to the front row for a seat, I'll call on someone online. And ma'am, if you wouldn't mind having a seat right there. The person with the phone number that begins 830, please unmute your phone and feel free to make a public comment. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, it says I'm unmuted. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Please state your name and city of residence.
Yes, my name is Gustavo Reynoso, and I live in Provo. I actually live a block away from where you guys are at, but I couldn't get there in time. But anyway, I am calling in because I am not in favor of this change. And although I live in downtown Provo, I represent the other citizens that hang out in that area. And specifically, I'm a runner. I run marathons, everything. And that stretch of River Trail is the one that I run the most. And I have Garmin records that show I run there from 2 to 4 times a week since 2008. And specifically, what I want to bring up is when the River Delta was being built, there were a lot of trucks because of the construction. And during that time frame, a lot of us runners, and by the way, you even bump into some Utah Olympic runners that like that stretch. Well, anyway, one thing that a lot of us runners didn't like was that when the River Delta was being built, you can smell the fumes from the trucks, and they weren't not just idling or anything, but we loved it because we knew there was something great coming, and we knew that the trucks were temporary. So it was okay. But you can absolutely smell the trucks. You can do that, and I run there all the time. So the thing that worried me was when the developer was up there and you guys were asking questions, there were a lot of I don't knows. And there was also the one when you guys asked the question about well, what about, I don't remember the specific wording, but he said, well, I can say that it'll be this right now, but I don't know about later. It could be more or something along those lines. So there's too many I don't knows and too many, yeah, we're going to do this right now, but yeah, things can change. So how about you give us a yes right now? And what it looks like later, we'll see. And I know I have 2 minutes, so I'll just wrap up really quick by saying that I get that the city's growing, but why a warehouse? One thing that.
Thank you, Gustavo. Thank you for phoning in tonight. Go ahead.
Hi, Christine Halliday. I'm live on the farm ground there that everyone's talking about. And I just want to review that how this project fully complies with your Provo City Code. The general plan, it has passed the neighborhood committee, it has passed the planning commission. It also, the staff committee members, it has passed 100%. So I just want to, I understand all the emotional stuff going on from everybody here. But I would like to fully recognize how this complies fully with Provo City Code. Number one, the Provo City Code Title 1417D, Airport Industrial Zone, it complies. The Stream Coordinating Ordinance 14.33A, it complies. The Stormwater Code 15.05, it complies. The Floodplain Management, it complies. The General Plan compatibility with it complies. So not only, yes, we like to take people's things into consideration, but from my understanding, you as the city council follow things through the general plan, the planning commission, the code, and everything that we have done over the past 8 years to try to get this to go through has passed. So thank you.
Thank you, Christine.
My name is Peter Johnson. Another thing that came up on the agenda before I stated that I lived in South Provo, I'm actually in the South Franklin neighborhood. I have to side with people who want to preserve this as the way that it is currently. Sure, this is a controversial thing. There's things that need to be done along the south side of the river to maintain that trail better. But, you know, I'm a country boy at heart. I'm originally from Millard County. And, you know, my quiet time, you know, to get out of more the metropolitan area is to go out to the back roads, past Stubbs Farms, and out there is the back roads as far as I can, past Amelia Earhart and to Center Street. And I've ridden my bike out, clear out to the airport tower. Sure, I've ridden it on that trail too. And, you know, there was a lot of money put into the Provo River Delta project, and I just hate to see this be destroyed. Thank you.
Thank you,
I
Peter.
ask you to vote no.
Thank you, Peter.
Hi, I'm Mindy Pluggy. I live in Provo. I live on the west side of Center Street, and I would just like you to consider 80 bays. I live on 1860 and Center Street. It's already loud enough during the busy time that you cannot hear to play outside with my children. If you guys add the diesels into this, it literally shakes our homes. We've been there since 1953, I believe my house was built in. I would love to sell my mortgage and live in a nice fancy place, but I live in the west side of Provo. We've been trying to make it beautiful for years, and I think that this is going to demolish us. The pollution and the noise, we're not going to be able to stop. I have a swamp cooler. Most of my neighbors do. That's just going to come into my house. My kids aren't going to be able to play outside, and it's going to be a mess. There's going to be way more traffic. They already said they would have all these jobs that open. That's just more cars on top of the semis. We get semis who get lost in views, and then they turn around in our neighborhood. That is unsafe. It is terrifying. This cute little boy already mentioned, we have our kids crossing the road in the school zones. We have Amelia that crosses over. We have all the bus stops. You have all of your cute new teenage drivers from Provo High that are terrified. It's the greatest place to learn how to drive until you have a million semis. My sweet little 16-year-old just started to learn how to drive. Drive my semi, that would just terrify the crap at first. So We love our boardwalk. I know they want something beautiful for the property. I just think there's a better choice than this. So, thanks.
Thank you, Amy.
Chris Wilcox, I'm 20 plus years resident here in Provo. I've owned a business here in Provo. I think where this location is, it's ideal for this business. We get a development, you get a road coming right from the freeway right directly to it. I love fishing. This is a spot that the way the developer wants to develop is going to actually give us access to more of the stream. Right now, that's just private property. We can't get onto that section. We're worried about the developer messing with the stream. He's already told us, I'm not touching the stream. I'm doing everything here. 580 trees is going to be a development. It's going to look nice. It's already zoned for this type of development. We're going to have something, but we've got a customer here that says, I'm willing to do this and make it look nice. And let's do it right the first time. As far as safety, I mean, I've been here a long time. I used to take my scouts right down Center Street. That road's a busy. It's not a safe place, but this guy's talking about putting a trail around it. It's a safer place to go. It makes sense. We have an easy freeway access for the diesels. I mean, you're going to have more business in there. Diesels are going to come no matter what, but you guys have created a nice road along the airport, direct shot into there, direct shot back out where they stay away from the town. If you get smaller businesses, you're going to start having more diesels in town. So this is a way to get one bigger one out in an area, straight shot back to the freeway. I think it's a great idea. You know, they've talked about trails around it, protecting the stream. I think it'll do a great job.
Thank you, Chris.
Hello, my name is Lysandra Harker. I'm a certified speech language pathologist, and I've had the opportunity to work with upper airway disorders as my specialty. So when I list the impacts of air pollution that does indeed extend beyond the border of these warehouses, I have names and faces attached to chronic inflammatory disease of the lungs, as well as lung cancer for patients who have never smoked a day in their life. So that is my background. I don't believe that this size and scale of warehousing fits the city code. Airport industrial zoning says that it's intended to not impact the surrounding residential areas as the noise, traffic, and aesthetics are being taken into consideration. This is 581,000 square feet, which is already mentioned, is larger than Lavelle Edwards Stadium. The estimated truck traffic to and from this daily, based on the Institute of Traffic Engineers, is 110 on the low end to 795 on the high end. Based on what it's used for. Also, the noise level from this, trucks idle and pass at about 85 decibels from 50 feet away. This would make functioning trucks on this close to river recreation area illegal because there is a 70 decibel restriction for agricultural land from Utah County. And it would be 73 decibels if it's 200 feet away and 79 decibels at 100 feet away. Also, I had the opportunity to talk with Utah's Division of Air Quality, and they shared with me that the #1 source of nitrous dioxide pollution in our community in Utah County is diesel trucks, not tractors. This is a health concern, and 1,000 feet away is recommended, and as the added bonus, it will be less.
Thank you, Lysandra.
I guess it's my turn. Stacy Halliday, part of the owner property. So I keep hearing how it's going to make more traffic coming down Center Street across from Amelia, making it unsafe. One thing to remember, people, the trucks won't be coming down Center Street. They'll be doing the new Lakeview coming off the freeway. So it's not going to make Center Street up by the residents where they're talking more unsafe. And the reason they built the Delta River is for all these people to go and enjoy the Delta River, to ride that nice new trail that they spent millions of dollars on, not the trail, not our property that we're talking about. And I wonder how the tables would be turned if it was somebody in this room that's fighting it, if it was their property that they were wanting to sell. How the tables might be turned. And I didn't hear a bunch of whining and complaining about when Duncan went down, all the trucks, or when they expanded the airport and all the fuel that's going in there. And when we used to live there and 90% of your houses weren't even there, but we still had to.
Stacy,
Sorry.
please address us.
We still
Thank
had
you.
to ruin our community for all these houses to come in. We weren't up there complaining, no new houses. People have a right to sell their property and do what is best for them. And this is, like he stated, this is the best location for this. Nothing on the south side of the river will be touched ever. The Delta River's there, the trail's still there. They're making it look nice with the new trees and everything. And the trucks are not going to be there all on at the same time. It might be 1 or 2 trucks, 3 trucks, 4 trucks. They're not going to have 80 trucks there all at one time, turned on, idling, and making the ground shake.
Thank you, Stacy.
Good evening. My name's Teresa Christensen and I live in Provo. Our families use the river trail over the years and we've enjoyed that area. I want to speak in support of the proposed warehouse development. My husband and I went down the river trail today because the weather was so nice. And that area there that they're talking is pretty sad looking on the Provo Riverside. I mean, the trees are fallen and it looks really bad. And across the river where they're proposing this, there's the berm and you have all that stuff. And then they're going to beautify that and make a trail that's even nicer than the Provo River Trail. So I think it's a good thing. My daughter and her 2 friends went down there on their scooters not too long ago, and they were disgusted with the mosquitoes and the green moss and all the stink and everything. And they said they won't go back down that part anymore. And while we were walking on the river trail, there was only 2 people. They were both on their phones. We watched them for quite a while. Not one person even looked to the south. And so I really don't think it's going to be a big problem. I think with Provo City, the way they've come up with the zoning and all that kind of stuff, you guys have done a good job in making sure that the businesses fit to where they're supposed to stay in those guidelines and stuff. And so I vote for it.
Thank you. Thank you, Teresa.
Hello, my name is Eric Merrill. I'm a 35-year resident of Provo. I do live on the west side as well. I'm very familiar with the area in which is in question tonight. I'm for the project. I understand that there are concerns. Growth hurts. Every one of us lives in a home that had some sort of a wildlife that ran across it at one time. I think this is a great location. I think it's a proper use. I believe from what I've heard and seen that the developers have done their due diligence. They're going to improve that area. Yeah, you're going to see a couple of warehouses and, that's kind of the cost of doing business and living. We're all consumers. And I'll bet you everybody in this room, or not everybody, a lot of us are going to consume what comes through those warehouses. The trees, they have gone above and beyond to plant, they're going to say they're going to plant 570 trees. Definitely going to be more trees than there were. There's going to be access on that side of the trail. I just think that there's really a lot of pros to this project. I want to thank you guys for your service, for having a forum like this, for having rules, for having laws, for having codes, all these things, and for us all being able to come and voice our concerns. I do believe that they have complied and that they have met all of the legal obligations. And I do believe that the jobs that this will provide will be a benefit to us. Quick note or question, can we simply just restrict these trucks from coming down Provo Center Street? No? Okay, that's unfortunate. I know if I was a truck driver, that's the last place I'd want to drive down. I'd take the new highway. But thank you for your consideration. I'm excited to see this possibly come down the road, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Eric. We're going to take another online comment first. We invite Jason to unmute your phone and go ahead and speak. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, thank you. Appreciate you listening for a minute. I live
And
here in West Provo.
Is it Jason Barlow?
Jason Barlow, that's correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I live here in West Provo. As far as, mortgaging the house and buying the property, I mean, we can buy the property, but does that mean we got to buy all the property around Provo to try and keep it from damaging the natural resources? Or do we have a bit of a responsibility to the area and to the natural resources in the area to try and take care of it? Just a thought for that question. Also, for a long time, my children and I, we've enjoyed that river trail. We've loved it. Yes, that river is starting to degrade now, and I would like to see it picked up and cleaned up a little bit. But putting a big warehouse and manufacturer next to it does not sound like the right solution. And then also, I agree with the statement of going from agriculture all the way up to commercial airport. That just seems like an awfully big jump. So, anyway, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Jason, for calling in.
Hello, my name's Robert Warnley. I'm from American Fork. I don't have any skin in the game here, but as I read about the project, I just couldn't help but think that the Planning Commission has spent a lot of time and resources on writing up this plan, the general plan for the city, and I believe that, as Christine Halliday said, that if this fits inside that general plan, I'm sure the general plans for economic benefit and everything for the community, I just believe that it would benefit that area down there. In American Fork, when they built up the south side of the freeway there, a lot of warehouses, I go down there quite a bit for wholesale supplies and that, but I don't see that many trucks. And there's a lot more buildings down there than what is being proposed here. And with the airport, if you guys want to develop the airport, increase the size and all that stuff, the air pollution's there. It's not going away. So I'm not sure I understand all the concern about this proposal. I can see it benefiting the area, the residents of the city, and I would say put it out there. And I don't live there, so I know some will get upset about this, but I would say put it out there and keep this stuff out of the city. And that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you, Robert.
Good evening. My name is Frank Stubbs, resident of Provo, and my house is built of wood. Came from a tree. Sure yours did too. I also farm down in Southwest Provo. The city just put in a soccer field, a huge soccer field. I won't tell you how many trees were ripped out to put in that soccer field, but I didn't hear many complaints. I sat here a few years ago and listened to our mayor want to revitalize and improve the airport in Provo. She stood before us and pledged that if we increase the airport and revitalize the airport, it will bring business into Provo. I don't recall her saying it will bring families into Provo, but she did, and you can look back, say it would bring business to Provo. I'm an advocate of a man should be able to do what a man needs to do with his own ground, and the Hallidays have seen fit to let go. I'm sure it's not easy for him to let go. I know it wouldn't be for me, but they have chose to let go. And I think it's our right to let them let go. Let them progress. And if they're meeting your rules, let them meet your rules and let them go on. I think it's important that we also, where we are meeting tonight, used to be an oak tree right here. There's one of my favorites. Used to get ice cream and sit in front of the tree. That tree is gone. It's gone for progress. As you said, we need a new city building. We need progress. The tree is gone.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you for your comments. It goes by very fast. Thank you.
My name is Hiram Cook. I live about 2 blocks away from this potential development. Coming into this, we came just out of pure interest, my wife and I, and frankly, I was pretty open to it. I have the blessing of working on Wall Street in New York. I work remotely, and I am very interested in development, in increasing productivity within the community, and I see lots of opportunity with the particular warehouse. There was one concern that I had. I am not one who's particularly affected by pollution, but I do view the concern of, I do not think that West Center is an adequate street for traffic of this nature. We have been told by some individuals that it'll only be taking Lakeshore Parkway, and by other individuals, I've heard that we can't stop them from going on West Center. I think if there was a city ordinance, or I don't know what the legal term would be, but something prohibiting the truck travel on West Center, limiting it to Parkway, that would be something of interest to me. The other problem that I'm struggling with is we have been talked down to as the community who lives nearby by those who are interested in developing. And as someone who has engaged in development before, this is something that does interest all the community. And there needs to be some level of working with us. I have worked with many developers in the past, and they are very interested in the well-being of the communities that they are going into. But given how some of the comments have been addressed towards some of us in the vicinity, it makes it hard to trust that certain promises or respect of the community will be kept. This is a soft critique. I do not have any hard numbers with regards to pollution and whatnot, but I would advise the council that we need to make sure that there's good transparency, that there is consideration for the community, and I have not seen this demonstrated by the developers. Thank you.
Thank you, Hiram.
Hello, Council. I'm Mark Elliott. I'm a Provo resident, West Provo. I live in the Broadview Shores neighborhood. My family moved here several years ago. And the primary reason why we built a home in West Provo was for the trail. The existing trail that we're talking about here, my family spends every day on it. And my concern is the very small setback that right now, when you look at the footprint of the warehouses, they are so close to the actual river itself, the trail. I think you can debate on whether this location compared to the other industrial is appropriate, but I think there should at least be a decent setback from the trail that has so many of us in the area that use it daily. I have a daughter with disabilities who's, susceptible to respiratory issues. The thought of that big of a footprint just right up to the river, even if you're planting trees and making trail, it will change the reason that my family chose to move to Provo. And as we are trying to, look for the future, there are a lot of families like mine that may think twice about moving to West Provo if the whole feel of that area is changed. I know there's 500 plus trees that are planned to be planted. I didn't hear how mature those trees will be. If you take down all these mature trees, how long will it be before they reach maturity and create the kind of habitat and shade that we have right there now? So my encouragement is to vote no without any additional restrictions on setback.
Thank you, Mark.
Hey, my name is Matt Todd. I live in Provo. To save my own time, I'll just say ditto to what the last gentleman said. I thought all of that was great. That's my daughter back there. Sorry. I empathize with your decision making. My dad was the city manager of Lehigh for a number of years, and he used to say, he used to tell people, if you like the view so much, you should buy it, because that's how property rights work, and that's how the free market works, and that's true. I will say though that that there's something to be said for the public good. The economic public good is not protected by the invisible hand. Public good is protected by government. Air quality is a public good. The fish in the ocean are a public good. I would say that the aesthetic beauty of the city that we live in, the wildlife and the green spaces are a public good. I don't think that those are able to regulate themselves with just money changing hands. I think that that's something that we need to legislate, and that's why government exists. So, well, one of the reasons why, obviously. So I love the Provo River. I love the Provo River Trail. I think it's a very unique thing in Utah County, in our state. And I think it's worth protecting. I think what we do here sets a precedent for what developments happen in the future. And I want to see that green space and that wild space maximized. I think that the setbacks are probably too small. I think that mature trees being replaced with small trees is a shame. And I don't know the numbers on air pollution of semis versus any other development, but I would like that to be considered as well. So thanks.
Thank you, Matt. We'll take another online comment now. Wyatt Halliday, if you'd like to unmute your phone, you can go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, hi. I'm Wyatt Halliday. I live on 3420 West Center Street, and I go to Provo High School. I've lived on this farm my whole life, and I love it. I really do, but it's just time for it to go. There is so much work that goes into it, and I just don't want to see like my grandparents like work themselves to death, because it's just, they need to retire and this is their opportunity to do it. And then the river up there, you guys are talking about the trees and how you want them. Well, I go up there all the time to go fish. The fishing is ruined now because since the delta has been diverted, it is swampy and there is no fish in there. And the trees, over half of them are dead. They're ugly. It's just not a great environment anymore. And I think a warehouse building would benefit the city, and it would be just the next step in progressing. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Wyatt. Thank you for calling in.
Hi, my name is Bryce Johnson. I live here in Provo. Similar to a couple of recent commenters, my family moved. We're on the river by Exchange Park, and we moved to where we are. It's a smaller house than we lived in before. It's a much, much older house, but we moved there because of the river and because of the park that we're near. And I just wanted to make a few comments. So my family and I walk, bike, fish, kayak, a lot of things in this exact area. And try not to repeat a lot of the things that have been said here. One thing that's kind of bothered me is I've heard the phrase in a couple of previous meetings, not this one, referring to these as trash trees, as invasive. In the agenda today, it specifically underlines these trees as being invasive. I believe this is referring to cottonwood trees, which are not, they're not something you should be planting in your front yard. No one should do that. But they are, in fact, keystone species in riparian areas like the Provo River. They stabilize the riverbanks, they filter pollutants, they provide habitat for fish, birds, all kinds of wildlife, and also protect the area from erosion and all kinds of things that it's sort of amazing that we have this natural benefit from these trees. And planting new ones after you rip out the old ones, that doesn't restore anything. We've all seen the Lorax. We read the Lorax. You chop down all the trees, they don't come back. and the animals, the plants, the air quality all goes to pot for a long time. And I understand this is a small piece of land relative to this whole city, but I think we're all concerned that there is a lot more area right around this that seems like is ripe for the same kind of development. I'm also quite concerned about how this is even possible to consider without some kind of serious consideration of the impact on Utah Lake, whether that's what's coming downstream.
Thank you, Bryce. Thank you for your comment.
Hello, my name is Tiffany Cook, and I am not necessarily against development in the area, but one of the things that does really concern me that I don't feel like has been addressed really well is the traffic on West Center Street. We have a lot of children that cross West Center Street on a very consistent basis, whether they're coming home from school or going across to the church building. We also have an old folks home down the street, and they very consistently drive their wheelchairs in the bike lanes. And they're not always perfectly within the lines. So a lot of times you have to kind of veer around them. And it concerns me that that doesn't seem to have been addressed. It doesn't seem that there's a way that we can actually prevent the trucks going down West Center. So that is what I'm worried about with this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany.
My name is Jeannie Lamb. I grew up in the West End of Provo, and I still live in the West End of Provo. Growth hurts. Progress hurts. But in my opinion, if you spent very much time driving around airports, this is a good project to be around an airport.
Thank you, Jeannie.
Hi, my name is Sherry Wilson. I have lived in Provo for over 33 years on the west side. I have watched the area come and go, and things have changed. I have loved the Provo Trail, and I don't have any problem with the Halliday wanting to sell their land. They want to sell their land. I'm happy for them. If they want the money from it to retire and to move forward, that's great. However, I watched the same thing happen when Smiths came in to the west side of Center. And they were like, we want to build this, we want to build this, until Walmart decided to become a super Walmart. And now that land is laid barren for over 20 years. And so I watched all the families that were there on that side of the road say, hey, this is the best thing. This is going to be the best thing for us. And they wanted it because they were able to make their money. I knew a family that sold their house and sold the land and then had them buy back their house for pennies on the dollar and move it someplace else. So I think it would be great for the Hallidays to have their money. But you also have got to look at the ropes course that's right next to it. I am a teacher in Alpine School District. I'm planning on taking my students to the rope course for a field trip. If you're going to have that right next to a great big industrial thing, how are you going to compensate them? You've already taken away their river. And when I was there the last year, I was astounded because I didn't even know that had even happened. And so I was like, wow, how has that affected them and their business? How would this affect them and their business and their air quality? Would I want kids climbing around in the trees with all of that and the noise from it? And the business owner or the person who's building it doesn't even know who's going to be there. And there's already a whole bunch of empty buildings.
Thank you, Cherie.
My name is Brian Larson. I'm a resident of Mona, Utah. I'm friends with the Hallidays. I'm a strong proponent of property rights. I believe that is what makes America America. And I feel like, I understand all their concerns about pollution. I think that, there is concerns about that, but if you have lived in Utah as long as I have and seen the inversions that we used to have, we don't have that kind of thing anymore. I don't see it like I used to see it. When I was a kid, we used to get inversions for 6 weeks at a time. And I just don't see it because, and I believe the reason being is because we have a lot of emission controls. We've cleaned up a lot of things. Geneva Steel is gone. You know, I mean, there's a lot of things that we're constantly doing as a society to control emissions. And I think one thing that people don't realize is that you can use the technology that we have to redirect traffic. You make Center Street a non-truck route and you make Lakeview Parkway a truck route, and it sends all the trucks down Lakeview Parkway, which is what the city council intended it to be. And so there's things you can do to redirect traffic so that it doesn't impact people on Center Street. And I believe that that's a responsible way to do it. And you have to have growth. If you don't have growth, you're dying. And the city's growing and the airport's expanding. And the other thing is, with the airport close to this city, you can fly things out and you don't have to go to Salt Lake. So you actually cut down on pollution. You know, there's a lot of different ways of looking at it instead of just getting this narrow-minded view of how the pollution is going to affect you. It's already affecting you. We just have to figure out ways to control the pollution other ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Hi, my name is Debbie Snyder. I live in West Provo. I live by Provo High School. And I just have a couple of concerns. One is if we add across the river, if we jump the river with this zoning, are we going to be back here in a year or two saying, oh, they want to build more warehouses? I think there has to be a limit on where this goes. As far as the use of that property, something's going to go in there eventually. I do think setbacks should be increased so that we can have the best of both worlds. I do live by Provo High, and I know that the Lakeview Parkway is planned to extend along the side of the high school, along the houses where Mr. Elliott lives, back through there and connect in with Orem. Part of me looks at this and says, let's put a big sign outside of the warehouses and say, welcome to Provo, gateway to Orem. We're not providing any services there for visitors coming in, which I think is a shame. I'd love to see a destination for all the people going to the Epic Park, all the people coming in from the airport, that they could stop there and say, let's get a bite to eat. Let's do something. I don't know if it's even feasible for that zoning, but those are my concerns. That we provide a little more area for the river, for the recreation there, and that we're a little more concerned about what this.
Thank you, Debbie.
My name is Greg Hunt. I live in Orem. I do own about 100 acres on that west side. To me, tonight, what we're here for is a fundamental level of, are you going to follow the general plan? General plan's relatively new. It was quite an extensive process to put in place. At that time, they decided to push the airport industrial from the airport all the way to that point. Since that time, if anything, it's even more applicable. Some things that are happening in the areas, you're going to take your airport from 4 to 10 gates. County just pledged an enormous amount of money. The sports park is expected to come online. It's going to add between 350 to 400,000 unique visitors to the area. And then you take Lakeview Parkway. Lakeview Parkway is being extended to your north boundary currently. You have an extension road going over to match up with 2000 South in Orem on Geneva. UDOT is beginning the expansion of Geneva from the University Parkway interchange down past the LDS temple, and then it will swing west. The traffic in the area is going to explode. When you expect it to be 2035 before you hit 1 million passengers, and you did it in 18 months. This area is going to change. It is appropriate for this use. The project will meet every code applicable: FEMA, EPA, state, city. Currently, it's going to meet all the zoning codes. You know, in the big picture of the world, I've done projects in several states. The only way I can determine what I can do is to go onto your website, look at your general plan, and that's what you've presented to the entire world is this is what we expect. This is what you can expect. This is our expectation. This is our hope for our city. And if you start to deviate from that, people will have uncertainty and no confidence in you, and they will pull back. This area fits it. They're going to provide amenities that to date have never been available. Go walk that trail.
Thank you, Greg. Is there anyone who hasn't had an opportunity to share their input that would like to? Please come forward. We have a couple more.
Clark Christensen. I live Provo or by the hospital. I hadn't been down by the Provo River Trail. We use the one over by the hospital. It's clean, nice. Tons of people use it. And I wanted to go see what was going on down West Provo. I took a bunch of pictures. The trees are all falling down, several across the lake or the river. So it would make it hard to kayak in some spots or get out and go around the tree. There's a sign there that says, use this trail at your own risk. Is that for the trees going to fall down on you? Or is that there's some other reason? I thought that was pretty interesting. We stopped, I don't know what road you'd call it, the one that goes like the new one that goes over to Provo High. We went down to where there's a little parking area just down below that. And that's the area we walked, which is about directly north of this proposed development. But I'm going to tell you, I'm an evil truck driver. I own a truck. And I've done a lot of work down in this area. We hauled in on the airport for the expansion. We hauled concrete for the runway and stuff. So I hauled personally probably about 300 or 400 loads of dirt into the ballpark from all over Utah County. And you'd be amazed now that Salt Lake and some of these places won't accept dirt. It gets transported from Salt Lake to down here, where people can still get rid of it, whether it's Benjamin or the ball field or somewhere like that. But and as far as air pollution, it doesn't stay right here. It goes through the whole valley. So I mean, it's gonna. That's just how it is. But I'm gonna vote in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Clark.
Hi, my name is Gabby Duran, and I live in the West Provo. Against this project. Oh, okay. It's kind of scary, the proportion that they have. They don't say exactly what's gonna happen in there. You know, I understand Provo is growing and I'm okay with that, but a warehouse that we don't even know how many diesels gonna be there, and they don't even know what kind of business they're gonna be in the other one. So what is for us later? Right now sounds like, okay, that's maybe a good idea, but how much gonna be growing in there? We don't have, we have a lot of trouble in the Senate Street. I live in Senate Street in the 28. When it's a school time, you know, the traffic or work time, it's a lot of traffic going on. I have to wait like a few minutes to get out from my street. Like, okay, now, you know, we can go. So I'm concerned about that. Also pollution and the river, I know it's need to be worked on, but I really love to see the beavers, you know, sit in a rock in the afternoon and the sunset and say, oh, look, it's a beaver. And it's so nice to just look at the animals, you know, it's their house. I think I would just focus and work a little bit more and fix the river. That will be great. But thank you.
Thank you, Gabby.
Have a good night.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment?
Hi, friends. I've been kind of just sitting in the background listening because I feel like one of the best things that we can do is to try to understand each other. And
Could you share your name too,
yes,
please?
oh, absolutely. I'm Carrie Kenner.
Carrie,
I also live in West Provo.
thank you.
I honestly didn't know all the people that own the land, and being here has been really informative to me because I know some of them and I love them, and they're wonderful people. And it breaks my heart that this is like a collateral damage, that their life and their future is on hold while everybody argues about the environment and other things. Provo's grown a lot, and yeah, I agree with everybody. Growth hurts, but I can't help but think in a city of our size, with as many intelligent people that we have, that we can't find a way that would make things work for everybody. I mean, I have asthma. Any kind of red air day means that my kid can't go outside at school, and that it's not her favorite thing to have to sit in the classroom by herself or with other kids who also have asthma. I also come from a farming community. I know firsthand how hellishly hard that can be and what an important thing that offers. And I don't blame anybody who wants to take a step back from that. I can understand expanding space for the airport. I think all of that is very viable, but I can't help but think we could figure out a way to do it better. I wish that I had known sooner what was going on. I guess I should check the flyers in my mailbox more frequently. But I can see positive things. I can see this South Side Trail as a great thing, but juxtaposing it next to something that we don't really understand what it's going to grow into is the impression that I got when they were up here, not even knowing how many loading docks were on their proposal. That's what's concerning to me, is that the here and the now, everything fits. But as we continue growing in 10 or 15 years, what is that going to do? And how is that going to continue to impact our community? Thanks.
Thank you, Carrie. Anyone else? Either one works.
My name is Landry Hawkins. I've lived in Provo for 37 years, my whole life. Lived across 2770 on the other side where Provo High is now. Been up and down that trail my whole life. Recently, about 3 or 4 years ago, before they did the Delta, maybe it's been a little bit longer, I don't know. Me and my family went kayaking up and down that river between that stretch between where they're proposing and all the way down to the actual lake. There's dead fish everywhere in there. And there's logs and crap everywhere. And it was not an enjoyable experience for us at all. I'm actually in favor of that because it would be better for them to go in and clean up that area, make it look nice, make it more enjoyable for people around that area. The proposed trees that they're putting in and everything, it'll make it much more, much better for families to be able to use that area than it is right now. I mean, it's not even used right now. So that's all I have to say, but I'm for that.
Thank you, Landry. Any other public comment? Well, thank you. We'll close public comment then and express thanks to all of you who have come to share your input, your concerns regarding the project or support for the project, to those who have phoned in. It's evident there is great interest in making sure that this is a decision that's taken seriously and that all factors are being considered. So thank you again for coming and sharing your public comment. We'll now bring the item back to the council for discussion. Yes, Councillor McKay.
Could we hear clearly what's in the development agreement for this project? I didn't hear
Yes.
Aaron say that.
Aaron, if you could come, I was wondering that as well, particularly related to building materials. Maybe you can put up some drawings, Michael.
And as you're doing that, Aaron, has this already taken into account that this is part of one of the design corridors for the west side?
So what we're seeing tonight is a concept plan. Yes, the project plan would have to adhere to the West Center Street Design Corridor. The development agreement, I don't have it in front of me.
It's on the screen.
I should have. There we go. Thank you, Michael. All right. So yes. Any questions on any of those things out there in front of our eyes? I don't necessarily
Just kind of summarize, Aaron.
Yeah, the public access is the biggest one. The trail wrapping around the property with the public access easement over it. The amenities as shown in the concept plan attached to this development agreement. The guarantees for the developer to build and maintain these amenities and trail. These are benefits that go above and beyond what the zoning code would require. We think the zoning code's a good one. We think it meets the purposes of the area. So for a developer to go above and beyond that, I think is helpful to get it to where it's at tonight. You had another question for me.
I have a question. Go ahead, Councilor Christensen.
So what does the current code require in terms of setback from the river?
Sure. The code requirement for that is a 40-foot buffer from the top of bank. So from that south top of bank, 40 feet out, you can't have parking stalls or buildings.
So no commercial structures at all?
No structures, no structure.
No parking lots, no anything?
Correct.
And is there anything in the development agreement, Aaron, I couldn't see, but relative to building materials?
There isn't on building materials.
We have a couple of drawings, Michael, if you wouldn't mind putting one up.
Yeah, so there are some renderings with the concept as well. The zone itself doesn't have a lot of design regulations on materials. So that's just going to be up to the developer in the end.
Okay. Many have spoken to the issue of the harmony of the project in the zone in the area.
Yeah, if you look down 652 South Lakeview Parkway, there's some industrial flex space there. That's mostly kind of split block and things like that. These renderings are, if this is what's built, this is above and beyond that. I think the materials provide a variety and an interest that you don't see on a lot of the warehouses as you drive up and down I-15. But to the code question, it wouldn't necessarily require everything you're seeing here.
Okay, because you said if something like this is built, so these aren't actual development renderings.
These are development renderings.
Okay.
From the applicant here.
Okay.
But until we go through a project plan application, things can change.
I understand.
Yep.
Yes, Councilor Bogdan.
So Aaron, we talked a little bit in work meeting about the warehouses that are over down closer by the airport. Their transportation plan, how many semi trucks and things do they see over there? What's expected?
So I don't have numbers on trucks and things. There are 18 doors there on that one that's built that we referenced in the study meeting. So there's 18 through the 3 existing buildings. Again, I don't know what kind of traffic that's brought. I don't know what complaints the city has received on that. That would take more than an hour to try to find that out. But
okay. And as far as this parcel that we're discussing tonight, it can't be, and I'm going to stress this, it cannot be built for housing. There's different reasons why it cannot be built for housing, but it cannot be built for housing. But just out of a conceptual thing for me and for the audience, if it were to turn into that 3 units an acre that we have on the west side, how many trips per day would that see? Because you're looking at 3 acres.
Much more than what this is. Yeah, I'm not the engineer. I don't know if David is here. I don't think I've seen him tonight. I can't expertly address that question.
But we're looking at how many acres?
38.
30 acres,
38.
38 acres. So that's 114 homes.
You'd be looking at 2,850 trips a day, about estimate.
Okay. So yeah, a lot of idling cars, especially in the mornings. Thanks, Catrice. Thanks, Aaron.
Thank you.
Counselor Christensen.
Another issue, obviously, that comes up is the trees. And we had the benefit to hear from our city arborist. I think it would actually be helpful to hear a little bit about your assessment of the trees. Obviously, we want to protect and keep as many of these trees as we can. You had a chance to do some assessment. Do you mind just sharing what you found?
And share your name and your position.
Yeah, Chaz Addis, City Forester. Went down on a trip on the west side, and most of the trees there are Russian olives. The misnomer of the Chinese elm, it's actually a Siberian elm, black willow, and there are some cottonwoods, and the cottonwood is, you know, not exactly an invasive species, but not exactly something I'd want in my yard or around a trail or anything like that. But so the majority of the trees there, I don't think are really useful or worth saving. Most of them are half dead. Some of them are falling over onto the property. Everything on the south side, anyway, does belong to the Hallidays. So at this point, they could do kind of what they want with those trees. But I did see a few trees along there that are big enough and stately enough and healthy enough that we could possibly save them.
And Chaz, are you speaking of the south side of the river or the north
Correct.
side of the river?
The
or both?
south side of the river.
Okay.
Yeah, everything on the north side, they said they're not going to touch. So I wasn't addressing anything there. On the north side, there are some trees. I mean, there's a bunch of stuff, but mostly black willow, mostly dead, falling over into the river and that sort of thing. So
Can you just help with magnitude? So when you say you saw some like 4 or 5 or 80
a
or 90?
handful, maybe, yeah, 5 or 6 bigger stately trees that I would say, you know, if we could put a tree protection zone around it while developing and save the root system of that tree. The problem is with that part of the river, you know, not being actually a part of the river anymore. It's more of just they're running a certain amount of water there so that the ropes course and those guys can do their thing. But those trees were established there with the river running fully. And I think with the limited water that we are going to see over the next who knows how many years, a lot of those trees are going to perish. And then if we go in and we try to save those stately trees on the south side of the river, and we develop that land and we take some of the root system out of those trees, because any deciduous tree, which is a tree that loses its leaves every year, has a root system at least 3 times the size of the canopy. So if you take that into consideration and the roots go clear into the river and they go clear back into the Hallidays property, if we develop that land without a tree protection zone, or if the tree protection zone is not, you know, adhered to, then those trees can be damaged. And what is beautiful and alive now, 5-6 years from now, can be dead and a hazard to that building or whatever ends up being built there in the future.
Counselor Whipple.
So with the lower flow of water, there's just less of that resource for all of those trees to compete for. So do you think it would be a good idea, in order to preserve the best of the trees, to go ahead and clear out the ones that are damaged?
Yeah, for development's sake, for sure. And for the sake of the, you know, the existing nice trees. Yeah, we could pull a lot of the volunteer trees, the Russian olives especially, There are some box elder down there too. And just anything that's really kind of a hazard anyhow. That could help the area for sure.
Were you part of the crews that had to help like clear out the river when we were worried about flooding and everything?
Yeah. Yeah, all
So,
my crews went and did that.
so this is the kind of area that you are trained to look at and think, okay, these trees need to go, these ones need to go, because if we have another high runoff here, they cause problems.
They do cause problems. As much as we like wildlife, as much as we like beavers, but if you're a tree guy or a guy that, has to work the river, you don't like the beavers so much. They cause a huge problem and they cause a ton of work. So if we were to develop this area, make it nice, get some trees in that are adaptive, some adaptive species, 570 trees. And not only that, right now I have a $300,000 grant from the federal government that I can help put even more trees in. If the development was to move forward in the next little while, that would kind of help bolster the amount of trees in the area. So something to think about.
I just had a quick clarification. Can you describe the kind of trees? Because there's difference between, the little sapling and, something significant.
Right. Any tree we put in right now is at least 1 3/4 to 2 inch ball and burlap. So it's 2 inches in caliper at breast height. And all the trees that we put in our park strips and anything in the development areas we put in is at least that 1 3/4 to 2 inch caliper tree. So that in the ground, it could vary by species, but we're looking at maybe like a 7-8 foot tree with a 2 inch caliper. We're not putting in whips. We're not putting in tiny 5-gallon trees. We're not, putting in, the development would ask for 570 2-inch caliper trees. We're not talking about 570 tiny whips we're putting in that might die.
Councillor McKay.
Thanks. Okay, so we're not touching any of the trees on the north side, even though we could debate that some of them do need to be touched.
Yeah.
But I think about it a lot like our Center Street. We've lost so many of our Center Street's trees, right? It's been devastating because they're big and gorgeous, but they're all dying at the same time. It takes away all the shade cover. It's devastating. And I think we're kind of that same idea in this part of the river where everything is close to dying or not healthy, and we have very few trees that are even healthy and gonna. Right. So I think I think about more like this is a long-term thing, and it's probably be for our kids because we're not going to enjoy the shade of these trees maybe. Exactly. But long-term, to get the best result will be to re-tree a lot of that area to get the shade along the river, especially this new trail we're going to put in. How long would it take when you're talking about 2 caliper trees for them to become a robust shading for the area and be more screening?
Ooh, that's a good question. There's different growing rates for different types of trees. And today I gave my planting list to the developer. We actually came out with a brand new tree selection guide and tour that actually is out to print right now. Anyway, so inside of that guide, there's a bunch of different trees with different growing rates. And one of them that Eric highlighted was the tulip poplar. And it is in the cottonwood family. It is a poplar tree, and it does grow rather quickly. So I would think if we put, a good number of trees along the riverbank that were poplars, we could see a decent amount of, we'll say maybe a 15 to 20 foot tree in 5 years. Okay. If we put that sort of tree in.
And I'm also figuring ideally you don't want to plant in the river. I mean, you want it,
right.
They're supposed to be further away. Yeah. And if we're going to do a 10-foot trail, you want to plant them strategically where the roots aren't taking up the trail and ruining the trail. And so there's some landscaping protocols that can go through with this to do it more thoughtfully.
Yeah. Any new tree that we put in will need supplemental water. We do live in a high mountain desert. Most of the trees you see in the valley were planted by somebody, are adaptive. do need supplemental water. So the development would need to
So
provide
the
that.
developer's going to have to do irrigation and everything too.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions for Chaz, the city arborist?
And you're looking good today, Chaz.
Oh,
We always dress well.
Thank you, Chaz.
Thanks.
Thank you. Counselor Whipple.
I just want to start by thanking all of you for coming and for being engaged. We've gotten a lot of emails about this, both in favor of it and opposed to it. And that tells me that you want to be involved. You want to know what's going on. Based on some of the emails that we've gotten, the way the project has been presented, either outside of city channels, makes it sound, I think, a lot scarier than it is, right? And so those of you who are reacting with real concern, have good reason for that. So I think it might be helpful to know that we've discussed this rezoning a couple of times. A few years ago, we actually approved this zone already for this area. We also had, and that didn't come to fruition because the development agreement wasn't signed. Like the project just didn't happen. And so the rezone just disappeared and we have someone starting over again with it. This is consistent with the general plan that we have adopted. There are the design corridor standards. And then for the zone that they're wanting to put it in, there are lots of protections built into that zone. In addition to, all of these ways that the city has indicated that we think this would be an appropriate reuse of the land if it's no longer desired by the property owners to keep it in farming and ag. So we've indicated this is what should be done. And with the applicant who's come to us, they've looked at that and said, okay, these are the rules that I have to follow. These are the hoops that I have to jump through. But because we hadn't already fully set the rezone, the city still had leverage over them. We still have leverage right now. We're in this position. I know Eric's frowning about that. Oh, now he's smiling. Yes. And so with that leverage, we were able to indicate that we would be more likely to approve this change if there were kind of extra amenities or things that are not yet required by the zone. So right now, the zone says that if you're going to build in this floodplain area, you have to have just like a 40-foot easement by the river so that the city can get in there and do maintenance. The stuff that Chaz is talking about, like going through and cutting down the trees to keep the flows and other things. What we're getting with this development agreement is not just that 40-foot easement for maintenance, but we're actually getting a green space and trail that will have public access. Right now, there is no trail. There is no public access on this side of the river. It's just private property. And if you're going on there and you're not Halliday, you're trespassing. There are people who do that. So, and on the other side of the river, I think this part of the trail is in county jurisdiction. And our Parks and Rec department is not in charge of maintaining that portion of the trail. If they were, it would be a different trail, I believe, than it is right now. So this is an opportunity for us as a city to get a much nicer trail, one that does not exist, to create a public amenity space along the river that has not ever existed. Now, I understand that it may be good for us to look at our code here. So this is our floodplain management and development standards. I've heard that there's some appetite for increasing kind of a buffer area. Right now, it's just that 40-foot easement. I think that would be a good thing for the council to pursue later. And we may even make a motion tonight to look into that, to have staff come back with a revision of this code to address a lot of these concerns now. I don't want to apply new standards to this property right now. And the reason I don't want to do that is because when you look at this property, you know, we've got the road, and then we've got the river. It's completely bounded between the two parcels. We've already approved the rezone with the development agreement for 2/3 of the chunk that's within this boundary. And I think it makes sense to go ahead and approve it with those same amenities or concessions for the last third. Because like I said, we've already done it for 2/3 of this little chunk. And I think because it's bounded by the two streets and by the river, we have this nicely contained. And then, and again, I think that the development agreement that we've got is really good. It gives us trail and protection. One other concern that I heard you raised tonight has to do with uncertainty. That we're not saying for sure who will occupy this warehouse, exactly how many docks will end up being used based on the client specifications. I want to ask if you really do think it's reasonable that at this point in the process, before there's even a rezone, before the property is even fully purchased, right? Because right now we're just under like an MOU or like a pre-contract contract. Is it reasonable at this point for them to already have a customer to occupy a building that's not bought or not built on a property that's not rezoned? So they have things lined up, but we can't know for certain. That's why we have the protections written into the zoning, and that's why we're doing this development agreement. So if, God forbid, we pass this and then it falls through, he's not able to do it. He's not able to build it. Or he doesn't sign the development agreement because, I don't know, the economy crashes or something. Then I think the same thing would happen that they've done before, right? We did this rezone a couple of years ago and it didn't happen. So it would just go out. Now, if we do rezone it, he signs the development agreement, he starts working on it, we're going to encourage him to do a really good job. And we've got really good development services people who will be following up on the permitting, the inspections and everything to make sure that it is meeting all of the standards. I read everything that Lysandra sent me on the emissions, the diesel, and that. That was a lot of research that you did. I think a lot of it is not necessarily applicable to this situation, partly because this is not a facility that is being built right next to a school. It's not being built in a very sensitive area. The people who are on the trail who are going it are passing through. They're not sitting and staying there for hours on end. So I'm not as concerned. Chase, if you're still here, hey, Chase was my daughter's best friend through school. And my daughter also had really bad asthma. When we lived in California, we lived in a very high traffic area that certainly compounded her asthma. Now being here, the dry air also was not helpful, but she's moved to England. It's humid, much better. if this area were to be used in the worst case scenario that Lysandra has thought of, I actually don't see it reaching that worst case scenario. It's not as big a facility with as much volume as would reach the really terrifying levels that she mentioned in her research. So I see this as an opportunity for the city to finally start making improvements along the river. We are now looking at any development that has to be along the river to consider that an amenity, to help make it more beautiful, to make it more accessible. And I think that based on the public comment that we've gotten tonight, looking at changing our code so that we can do that even better is appropriate. Even so, I'm fully supportive of this project as it's presented to us tonight, because we've already made this decision for 2/3 of the property. And I believe that the decision that we made is a good one, and that this will be a benefit to the immediate area and to the city as a whole. And even though I don't live right there, I rode my bike there again on Sunday. I do the loop along the airport, along the river. I go right past here, and then I go up Provo Canyon before I ride back down into the city to home. This is part of the regular area that I go, and I love it. And I think that this will be a good addition.
Thank you, Councillor Whipple. Others? Like Councillor Whipple mentioned, 2/3 of the property has been zoned already airport industrial. And so I think this provides us with an opportunity to, and so many have addressed their concerns about the ecosystem, the trails, the nature, the natural habitat that's there. I heard about traffic a lot. So anything that we can do to address those issues as we consider these additional 13 acres for airport industrial would be good. I'm interested in more setback, if that were possible. I would love more commercial there to serve West Provo. I trust that will come. I know land closer to the Epic Sports Park has been designated for hotels and restaurants. And I think that in time, we'll be able to justify, developers will be able to justify more commercial out there as well. The land, as has been mentioned, has been designated in our master plan or general plan for this type of use. But I would like to take this opportunity to do what we can to influence some of the concerns that have been raised here related to the environment, the trail, the setback, and the traffic. Obviously, nothing related to, there's nothing that we could ask the developer to do to influence Center Street traffic, but I remembered that coming out of Provo Canyon, there is a sign that says a certain weight or level or axle of truck coming out of the canyon cannot use University Avenue. They're routed back to I-15 along 800 North. So there may be some things we can do with our traffic engineer to promote that kind of environment on West Center Street, if that's why Lakeview Parkway has been developed with access to I-15. So some great comments have been made relative to how we can influence the direction of this project in a way that enhances the area, the neighborhood, and the economy here in Provo. Councillor Christensen?
I share the concern about the setbacks. This is a very unique piece of property. We have invested so much in the whole, delta. So this to me is different. It's not just any space, it's different. I don't think our current zoning is adequate to protect Provo's riverbanks in this area. Without a 75-foot buffer from the riverbank with no commercial development, I know it sounds like there's a 40-foot. I just don't think that's significant for this parcel. I don't think we protect an important legacy in Provo and the investment that's been made. Therefore, I can't support this request for a rezone absent a design that includes a much larger buffer zone and a guarantee that it would be observed.
Counselor Bogdan.
Okay, so I'm going to address the Center Street traffic. For years, you guys know that I have been in front of council, and the same concerns I have presented for years. And the same concerns have come back from the traffic engineers that there's legally nothing we can do. Center Street is considered a larger street. It's not a neighborhood street. And trucks, we cannot prohibit it, especially, we just can't. We can't legally prohibit them from going down Center Street. I do share your same concerns. I have shared those for years, but legally, that's not what we can do. They have tried for years. Well, they are trying now, and they are doing that. They've put the address locations, so if someone types it into their phone at least for the big sports park, it'll take them down the Lakeview Parkway. The Lakeview Parkway is something that they've envisioned to have larger lanes, larger space to travel. And I really do hope that they do take those bigger routes to this warehouse or to any places on the west side rather than Center Street. But Center Street, we can't protect it. I understand the concerns that it takes a while to turn onto Center Street. We've also talked to the traffic engineer about that, and they look at trips per day. They look at the trip counts on those roads. And compared to the rest of the city, the trip counts on West Center, other than between the freeway and Geneva Road, are pretty low. So the street is what it is. And it's hard to legally justify. And like I said, they can't send trucks down another way. I do agree that we do need larger setbacks from the river. That's something that we discussed today in our work meeting. I also think that the west side could use more commercial. This would be a great place for commercial. And that is one of in the master plan, and if you look into the allowable uses for this airport industrial zone, you can have restaurants, you can have hotels. And especially with the sports park as big as it is and the airport going to 10 gates, I do agree that the zoning needs to come forward. However, we do have limitations sometimes on what we can and cannot do, especially when things come before us with existing zoning, right? And what's allowable in those uses. However, we did discuss today about the possibility of looking at something different, because it does concern me that these available spaces are just going to warehouse uses and that we're not allowing enough time for something different to come forth into these uses. So I am for bigger spaces from the river. I am for different uses besides just warehouses on the west side. But I just don't know what to say about Center Street because it is what it is. And that's something that our engineers, as traffic comes more, I mean, we're hoping it goes on the parkway, right? I mean, eventually it'll go up past 20th North and it'll go all the way up there. And that would be an amazing route for it to go, because we all know that Geneva Road is really hard to get through. And we know that the state's not going to widen that anytime soon. So I can see that. We also do have to allow our farmers to move on. I know we want open space. A lot of the West Siders want open space. But legally, unless we purchase a property, we cannot require open space. That's why we have the general plan and the master plan. But I do have to say, I've worked really, really hard over the last 10 years to make sure that these plans were out there on at least the Facebook. And every time it goes through, I make sure it's on there. So I don't think it's really fair to say that this is the first time we've ever heard about it, because we have had meetings about these general plans. We have had big West Side meetings where people have shown up about the master planning. And as far as this area goes right here, when it was changed from residential to airport industrial on the general plan, there were a bunch of people from this portion of the West Side. It wasn't like scattered all over the West Side. It was people that actually live right there that actually came through when they made the decision. And it was a hard decision, but they made that decision that would be best for the West Side if it turned into airport industrial use versus residential. And there are several reasons for that. And I think some of you have seen some of those posts that Brooke has relayed from Jonathan Hill on why that happened and why that was there. But I do want you to know that we have fought for these things, but sometimes, you know, it's just, it's a hard decision. And I hope that you guys will, I appreciate you guys turning up. I don't think, other than the planning meetings, I have seen this many West Siders anywhere in one place at a public meeting. So it's pretty amazing to me that you guys would show up for a cause. I appreciate that. But just know that we as a council, we're doing the best we can to make the West Side great. We're not out to destroy it. We really do have the West Side at its best interest at heart.
Thank you, Councillor Bogdan. Councillor McKay.
I'd like to tell the developer that I agree with Becky and Craig as far as I'd like to see a minimum setback easement there of at least 50 feet. And I don't think that's that much more. And I think that the whole development will be a benefit to the area, and that what I've seen is that commercial does a lot better job at maintaining the amenities and the trails around their commercial. And I think it's going to be a huge asset to the community.
Councillor Handley.
Yeah, I'm not sure I've ever, I mean, I think people who know me know I'm not really very indecisive very often, but I feel very indecisive about this. This has been really hard for me because, and I really appreciated the woman who spoke at the very end, holding the baby in her arms, saying we can do better to listen to one another, because I think people who've spoken on both sides of this have spoken fairly and well, and I raised important concerns. I think my love for this area is immense, although I don't think anyone on this council has worked harder than Becky to be a spokesperson for it and love it and protect it and work hard with her neighbors. So I just want to underscore what she was just saying about her efforts. But this area means a lot to me personally, and I'm immensely proud of the Provo River Delta restoration and the conservation easements that we've worked with homeowners and with the Nature Conservancy to protect open space on the west side. I love those cottonwood trees, like they're my friends. However, I do think Chaz spoke well about this. You know, there's a lot of invasive species there that don't belong, that aren't healthy. There's a lot of cleanup that is necessary. So I have no doubt that the area, especially on the south side, would benefit from some cleanup and from some oversight of the kind that this project is proposing. That lower portion of the river that it has lost a lot of water is a function of the restoration project. Everyone knows that. And I think it's led to a lot of tension because that's such a beloved area and that feels like somebody abandoned it. I'm sensitive to the fact that precisely for that reason, I don't want to do anything that adds to the degradation of that area or would communicate to the citizens that we don't care. There is some ambiguity, as has been mentioned, about who has oversight over that trail over the north side, which we do not. But we do have control over the south side. And I think I appreciate the fact that the developers offered so much in terms of the planting of trees and the access that we've talked about. I think there's no question in my mind that that's a benefit. I think where I get a lot of heartache for me is that the airport industrial zone, and I understand just knowing more about what the project that is proposed to go in there looks like, although I know it's unfair to expect more detail at this point, but it's giving me a lot of pause. It's not airport related. I suppose in some technical or spirit of the law sense, the airport industrial zone doesn't necessarily require that everything inside of that area is related to airport business, but our zone does indicate as much. It doesn't say what percentage, but there doesn't appear to be any relationship at this point. And it also does, as was pointed out by several people, stipulate, the airport industrial zone does stipulate that whatever goes there will not affect the noise and aesthetics of the area. And I don't see any guarantees that I know that it won't do that. I don't know at what point we can guarantee that it won't do that. So for me, I think if I had stronger guarantees or stronger certainty about the kind of noise and or pollution or aesthetics that might be disrupted by the project or created by the project, and thereby be able to determine whether it actually meets that standard, I would have a lot more confidence supporting it. And I think the same way about the setbacks. I do wish they were bigger than they are. So in the end, I'm just feeling like the benefits, I'm having trouble seeing the benefits outweighing the potential costs.
Thank you, Councillor Handley. Go ahead, Eric.
I was going to say that the 50-foot buffer is very acceptable. I totally, that 50-foot buffer would be great.
Thank you. So at a minimum, that would need to be added to the development agreement. I'm happy to entertain a motion on or a substitute motion.
I'll make a substitute motion that we just add the 50-foot buffer to the existing development agreement. Right?
And support the amendment, the ordinance, implied motion with that amendment.
Yes.
Okay, so a motion has been made to approve the ordinance amending the zone map classification of real property generally located at 3410 West Center Street from A1.10 to the airport industrial zone in the Fort Utah neighborhood with an adjustment to the development agreement that the setback be revised to 50 feet.
Yeah, that makes sense. I just for the sake of clarity, want to, in case anybody's confused about the way we usually do this, a lot of times when we're amending things on the fly, we make a motion to do the amendment. We actually get it in writing, and then we vote on that motion. Then we vote on the implied motion. But Chair, you're exactly right that in this case, the ordinance as written actually says the mayor is authorized to negotiate and execute a development agreement in the form attached and as presented in the meeting. So the fact that a proffer has been made in the meeting means we don't actually have to tweak any of the documents here in the meeting. So the way you described the motion is perfect and actually works, if that's Councilor McKay's intent.
Is that your intent, Councilor McKay?
Yes.
All right. Do we have a second for that motion? I'll second the motion. Any discussion?
I just have a clarification.
Yes,
So
Councilor
Aaron,
Christensen.
so what that means, I just want to make sure I'm clear. What that means is that from the river for 50 feet,
No, from the bank, not the river, like
What's that?
the bank above the river.
there, or the berm of the river, that there would be, the 50 feet means no parking, no commercial structures at all.
From the top bank of the river, 50 feet out, there'd be no structures or parking stalls,
Okay.
as the code reads today.
Okay. And would that still allow for a trail, or would the trail be on the other side of the 50?
No, yeah, the trail,
Okay,
amenities,
just the commercial.
open space,
Okay.
definitely allowed. Yep.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, I'll call for a vote on this substitute motion. Councilor McKay,
Yes.
Councilor Whipple,
Yes.
Councilor Bogdan,
Yes.
Councilor Christensen.
Yes.
Councilor Garrett, yes. Councilor Hanley.
No.
So the motion passes by a vote of 5-1 with Councilor Travis Hoban excused. Thank you. And thank you again to all who have come to address and share this issue and share your concerns and input and feedback with us. We do have another item on the agenda, so we'll continue moving forward with the agenda at this time. The final item is an implied motion, is number 8, an implied motion, which is an ordinance amending Provo City Code to add data centers as a permitted use in airport zones. This will be presented by one of our planners, Nancy Robison.
Okay.
Power, Public Works, and Development Services have continued to meet regarding data centers because of the impact they have on city infrastructure. Data centers are unlike any other industrial use. What we did not realize until recently was how many zones in the city already permit data centers and additional power generation. These zones comprise almost 3,000 acres. Some of these zones are already better situated in terms of infrastructure than the airport industrial zone. Based on this, staff feel that there is no need to open another zone to data centers. And additionally, we would recommend bringing back to you recommendations on which zones are questionable to allow them. For example, residential conservation.
Thank you, Nancy. Any questions for Nancy from council? Okay, thank you, Nancy. This item is now open for public comment. Please.
Hi, my name is Ann Allen and I live here in Provo. And I just wanted to say we've spent the last 30 years trying to clean up the air here and trying to preserve the lake here. And let's see. We've tried to attract the airline. The mayor has made a great effort to try and grow the airline and to grow Provo. And the data center is a problem for all of those things. So I don't understand why we would approve it in this place. Data centers are notorious for applying to go to cities and getting a lot of kickback because they're big pollution centers. They take a lot of water, and the water issue has been addressed by this developer as having a closed system, but it is also leaks a chemical, and that chemical will go into the groundwater, which is right there next to the lake, which we've made such an effort to preserve. And I think a lot of the people who left here today would be so disappointed if they found out that you guys said, yeah, let's go ahead and approve this data center right here. So I understand that data centers are the future and that we need to have them, sort of understand that. But I think that this is probably a can worth kicking down the road, because if we have all of a sudden created a closed system for water, what kind of wonderful things are going to happen in 10 years when we have to put in a data center? Maybe things will be a lot better. And so maybe this is a good thing for us to punt. That's it.
Thank you, Ann. You and your sweet little son have been very patient to sit through 2.5 hours to make your comment. Thank you very much. Other comments?
Hello again. I'm Zane Harker. I don't feel like I'm entitled to an opinion on this, but I do want to share a few quick thoughts, things that I know about data centers. I happen to work for a software company locally, and that documents that has many AI features, would use the kind of things that a data center can provide. Some things to consider. I think in our case, the pollution juice just isn't worth the squeeze, if that makes sense. Just tremendous amount of pollution for the benefit. Data centers create very, very few jobs for the footprint that they have in a community. I actually met a gentleman who works at the data center in Eagle Mountain, and he told me that he spends a good part of his day playing Super Smash Brothers with his coworkers because there's just not that much to do. It mostly runs itself, and then you fix something when something breaks. And finally, I would, this is just my opinion, but the current AI wave has many of the characteristics of the early part of a technology hype cycle. So if you imagine the dot-com bubble, everyone is very, very excited about that right now, which is leading to an over provisioning and an over investment in AI infrastructure. Obviously, I don't have a crystal ball, but I think there is a real risk that the demand and the landscape economically will evolve unexpectedly within the next 5 to 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Zane.
My name is Maria Davis. I live in Linden, but I am here representing Conserve Utah Valley, a grassroots organization dedicated to protecting our precious land and water resources for future generations, and over half of our members are Provo residents. Conserve Utah Valley does not oppose data center development in Provo. We recognize their importance as critical infrastructure in our digital age. However, we have significant concerns about the proposed amendment to permit data centers within the airport industrial zone. First, regarding the lake's fragile ecosystem, this location's proximity to Utah Lake is concerning, especially considering power generation needs. Utah Lake is already vulnerable, experiencing harmful algal blooms and water quality challenges. While natural gas is the proposed energy source for the power plant, power generation near the lake could still produce nitrogen oxides that can contribute to lake eutrophication, thermal pollution potentially affecting dissolved oxygen levels, particulate matter that can deposit in bodies of water, and emissions that could impact the lake's already stressed ecosystem. Second, concerning water and power usage, given the concerns raised in the staff report shared at the Planning Commission meeting on February 25th of this year, 26th, excuse me, there are several unanswered questions about the scope of water and power needs of the data center being proposed. We encourage the city to delay a zoning change until parameters can be set to protect this sensitive area. Third, about the need for proper planning. Before approving such facilities, Provo needs to establish guidelines for them. We urge you to delay consideration until A, comprehensive data center guidelines are developed, B, a detailed environmental assessment addresses potential impacts on water quality, C, alternative locations are considered that provide the same benefits, D, strong environmental protection requirements are established as conditions. We support technological advancement in Provo, but want to be mindful of our lake's already fragile ecosystem.
Thank you, Maria.
Hello, I am Chase Getzler again from the Fort Utah neighborhood. I ditto everything she says regarding the ecosystem and pollutants, so I'm going to focus on the other half, which is that these are being designated in airport zones. We've already talked about with the warehouses, does this meet the airport zone credential? How does this help West Provo? AI centers, or not AI centers, sorry. Data centers take up a lot of energy and they don't put back a lot of people. What does a data center have to do with an airport? You can give me reasons why a warehouse might, why retail might, why the sports center might, why these amenities are useful to those of us here in the Fort Utah neighborhood in West Provo, but I struggle to see how a data center even with some of those amenities that are being provided for us by the other various groups using these zones, can be helpful for that area, whereas I just do not see it with the data center, especially with concerns to the environment, with concerns to all of that airport zone is by a very fragile lake that we need to make sure is protected. I do not see how the potential benefits of another building will help us. There's a reason why a lot of data centers are built far away from people, and I think we need to consider the growth that is happening in the airport zone combined with the use a data center would provide for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chase. We'll now take an online comment. Megan, go ahead and unmute your phone and you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Oh, good. There's not kickback this time. There was last time. So first of all, I know you guys have listened to a ton of public comments, so I'm very impressed. Thanks. And I just want to say I really appreciate George Hanley's take on the industrial zone. I really appreciate that. I just want to say that. Here's my concern about West Provo, and it has to do with the decision you guys just made. I feel like, and yes, there has been a general plan for years, even though it hasn't very easily been publicly known, despite Facebook posts. But I used to work in West Valley area, and around the airport there, nobody wants to live there. It's ugly. And I see the plan as imitating that a lot, as if it's some kind of an acceptable way to have the area around the airport be, just because Salt Lake did it. It's ugly. No one wants to live there, just renters. And I don't want West Provo to become that. And I mean, this data center sounds like a similar thing. And especially, you know, I echo the concerns of the people previously in terms of the environment, but I'm just talking about the plan for West Provo in general. I mean, like many residents said, that we moved there to experience the farmland, to be away from the city. And yes, we know that there has to be development, but there could be restaurants, there could be beautiful spaces, not just fields and fields of grass for people to play soccer on. But, I mean, there could still be beautiful places, and it doesn't have to be turned into this industrial, huge, horrible looking concrete, ugly buildings. And we're just going to have renters down there that want to stay there, because there are so many residents that you saw here today and heard from on email that do not like what you.
Thank you, Megan. Thank you for calling in and sharing your comment tonight.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Jardine, and I live in Provo. And I actually also serve on the Energy Board. And my comments, I'm encouraged because I think I just heard staff recommend that they don't recommend we're moving forward with this. So maybe all of this is moot. But my comment is actually related to data center development in general. So I work in the tech industry, have my whole career. And the one thing that I am really confident about is the companies that are driving the need and the desire for this amount of speculation around data centers. They are beholden to their investors first, not to our community. So my recommendation to us as citizens and also you as council members is to consider creating a short-term task force that can look at what does Provo City need in data center development? What parameters would we put specifically around considering projects that come our way? Because this is only one of many that I know are before us for consideration today, and there are many more to come. And let's work in a public and elected official way to come up with what those parameters would be. Being on the Energy Board, I can see all of the benefit of having engaged citizens in the process and creating policy. I love the service that I get to give there, and the volunteer work. It's one of my favorite volunteer things that I get to do. So I can see a lot of benefit that would come from this. Many of you all were at the UMPA conference alongside me and heard the commentary that was given by the experts who are helping data center folks find locations for data centers. And I asked a very specific pointed question, which was, how do the projects look that are most successful for both the data center and the cities that they are built in. And the response from those experts was clearly that cities who have clearly defined outcomes already decided before they ever consider the project are the ones that are successful. So that's my ask. Let's get something worked out where we have very clear parameters before the project.
Thank you, Caroline. Haley Perry, if you're online, go ahead and unmute your phone and you have 2 minutes for your comment. Haley Perry, are you there? She what? Press the pound key.
Okay, thank you so much. It's working now. I tried to make a comment earlier in the meeting and wasn't able to, so I'm glad I got on. So my main concern is that my children attend a school that's right at 4100 West Center. It's just a few blocks away from this proposed site. And I heard earlier one of the council members say that it's not as though this land is being developed near a school, but it actually is. We have 300 preschoolers who attend every week, Monday through Friday, and it's 100% outdoors. So they're out there from 9:30 to 12:30, and then we have another group that comes in from about 1 o'clock to 3:30 or so. We also have about 300 summer campers from May till August that attend fully outdoors as well. So I just wanted to make sure that we were represented and that we're all aware that this does, in fact, the emissions and the environmental factors do impact children in the area. Even if there is not a public school, there is a fully outdoor preschool right on the street, just literally a couple blocks down from where this proposed site would be. So I just urge the council to consider that the impact does, in fact, extend to children in this area. Along with the traffic, we cross the street frequently to use Utah Lake and the boardwalk right across the street from Center. So I just wanted to make you all aware of that and appreciate everybody's comments, echo everything that's already been said. I would urge that we reconsider this.
Thank you, Haley. Thank you for your comments. Sorry we missed your call earlier. Other public comment?
Hi, I'm Avery Finlinson from Orem. I just have a quick comment. So I'm just noticing that this is proposed in the same zone as we just discussed, and it is potentially a low traffic enterprise. So that's an interesting thing to consider. However, I do think environmental pollution concerns probably should override anything to do with that. So I'm against it personally, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Avery.
I'm Lysandra Harker. I am a West Provo resident. You've heard a lot from me. It's hard to sift through everything that I sent at you. I also oppose data centers, not because of the data center so much itself, but because of the associated self-serve power stations that are going to give off the NO2 emissions. I think it's a shame that the NO2 emissions from diesel trucks were dismissed earlier, and I'm happy that the council is considering them more seriously for this usage. However, it both falls under airport industrial. I still fail to see how this supports or encourages use of our airport. I also would just like to say that there's been rumors, I've heard a lot of rumors from people that this could be on the same exact lot because we don't know what a developer will do with the land after it is rezoned. And the council has to say yes to it. So allowing data centers into this area, that property is uniquely surrounded on 4 sides by recreational activity, school age activity, and residential because there's a lone resident on the south border. And I urge the council to please consider the impact of this on those residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Lysandra. Other public comment? Anyone else? All right, thank you. We'll close public comment then and bring the item back to council for discussion. Councillor McKay.
I agree with Lysandra that data centers don't belong in the airport industrial zone. We do have a lot of other zones where this can be. I'm very concerned about the emissions. The emissions are enormous. Like they're blow out of the water any warehouse or anything else. The employment, I think they mentioned there'd be like 150 employees, but it's more like 15 to 30 would be, from what I've heard about most data centers. I've talked to other mayors, read news articles about it, and I haven't seen anything as high as 150 to 300. So I think there's way better use for this land on the west side, a lot like what Becky said, as far as hotels and restaurants and commercial and a pharmacy and so many other things that we need. So I'm definitely not for adding data centers to another zone in our city.
Thank you, Councillor McKay. Councillor Christensen.
Yeah, this is a hard no for me.
Other input or feedback? Councillor Handley.
Well, just to clarify for the public is that, and if I don't get this right, you can correct me, but the other zones in the city where data centers are currently allowed are only 5 megawatts and lower, correct? Is that any staff verifying that for me?
Say that again.
That where data centers are currently allowed in some of our zones, the 3,000 acres that Nancy was referring to are only 5 megawatts or lower.
No, that was a comment that I made in the work session about the fact that I think we need to consider putting a limit on it. Right now, and there was a table that was compiled by Mr. Pepperoni that was, I believe, sent to the council showing all the zones where data centers are allowed as either a permitted or a conditional use, and where electric regulating substations are conditional use.
So there's no megawatt
There's
cap.
no megawatt cap right now.
And we are discussing the need to put one.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I'm so glad I understood that more correctly.
Now, having said that, just to be clear, I'm not saying that I think that means somebody could come in and do one right now in one of those zones that has both electric small generation and a couple things. First of all, it's electric small generation. Okay, so it's not that it's already permitted to come in and do anything of any size. Second of all, as we talked about in the work session, the city has contractual obligations with UMPA that would prevent us from allowing something that violated our all requirements contract with UMPA. So there's other things going on besides what's just in our code, but we do need to look at the code and make it clearer so somebody would know that when they look at it.
Okay, thank you. And we discussed earlier the need to develop the kind of standards that some of you have spoken about. So yes. I remain firmly committed to that process and will not entertain this idea until we do.
Before we continue our council discussion, I failed to acknowledge the applicant of this ordinance. Mr. Jensen, would you like to comment, respond to questions, anything you'd like to add to our discussion? Yes.
My name is Jonathan Jensen. I'm the applicant. It's good to be before you tonight. I think we're all tired. You can kind of hear it in your voices. I think it's even my voice. I haven't been talking. Yeah, I admit I'm empathetic with many of your thoughts and concerns. Data centers are really big, resource-hungry animals, right? And anybody that's going to be concerned has probably got some validity to do that. And I don't think there's any reason why anyone needs to feel like they have to do anything they don't want to do, right? Cities have a great position, which is, they get to think long-term. They get to think a little bit higher level. I have the sad position of being the applicant, which takes some of the brute force, but that's okay. I get it. Thank you again for letting us be on your agenda tonight. I appreciate your comments. I'm going to try to do a good faith presentation. I'm going to make it quick. I think we already know where everybody feels. Someone asked me, why here? I've had that question asked, I don't know, 4 or 5 times now. Why here? And that here is that property that is next to the airport. I appreciate some of the concerns from the population or from your city. I admit I didn't consider the reality of once you potentially would entertain a text amendment that would apply to other areas that the zone is right, which is valid. I was invited to do this application this way, so it's not my fault. But I think it allowed you to have the conversation, which I think is healthy. Why here? You have some really awesome things in your city. One of them is you're really close to the infrastructure that a data center wants. One of them is a high pressure gas line that would only apply to a power plant. You don't have enough electricity, whether it's in Provo or in almost any other city in America, there's just not enough electricity. So self-serve power generation is about the only way to get a data center today of any quantity that the industry wants. They don't want 5 megawatts. They don't want 10. They don't want 20. They want like 1 gig. It's really, really big. You have a lot of connectivity here. You have a really good internet system here. You have I-15, which brings a lot of good fiber connectivity. You have a population that is well educated. You have colleges that are nearby. You have your airport. All those combined made your city more interesting than every other city. Data centers don't want to be far away. They end up being far away, but they don't want to be far away. They would rather be in Provo. And you more or less become a very good place to be. Doesn't mean you feel that way, but they think that way. What does it look like? Some people envision what you see at Lakeside over by a vineyard, big ginormous industrial building, right? These power plants look like your peaking power plant that's in where the Provo Power Department is. You wouldn't even know it's a power plant unless we told you. Obviously, you would know that ahead of time. So they kind of look and blend in with the rest of your projects. Well, I admit, I don't know, this is a tough situation. You have many people in your community that are very worried about emissions. There's definitely emissions, right? And if you're going to produce 100 megawatts, you're going to get a lot of emissions. We want to say that it's not as bad as you say it is, but it is emissions, right? And if you want zero, we're not zero. We are very, very clean. Thank goodness that the best technology right now is generally driven by data centers. Because of data centers, it has forced the technology to get super duper clean. You might know this, data centers are super ESG. They don't want a lot of carbon footprint. They don't want to be responsible for any pollution. And so for them, they have these really high standards. And in addition to that, you have really high standards with the EPA. We have already submitted our paperwork to UMPA. They were surprised that we were able to get an air permit because we were able to fall below the standard. I mean, the standard was here and you had to be below that. And we beat it by 5%, which is super hard. We do have a different standard. We're not a major source, we're a minor source. But because of our technology, we actually don't pollute that much. It sounds like a lot because it's 100 megawatts. I'm not saying you have to believe me, but our paperwork was submitted to UMPA, and I think it was worthy of consideration. We don't produce a lot of jobs. That is one downside, but that also means we don't pound your roads and your schools. You were being criticized tonight about truck traffic. There's not really truck traffic with our project, thank goodness, right? But they do produce equivalent about 200 to 400 jobs if you compare them to average jobs. These are tech jobs, which means they pay really high. And when you want to compare jobs, they usually fall inside of an income state. So if we have 40 jobs, you can times that by about 4. So you maybe get 160. If you get 80 jobs, maybe you get all the way to 200 or 300. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, so you're really going to employ 40 people.
That's a normal hyperscale data center. If it's a co-location, it's more like because your customers are like ESPN and CNN and banks and you name it. And they all bring their 5 employees and they all have office space. And so there's a ton of office space and they want their people managing their servers. Data centers, if you may not know this, they just provide the electricity and the cooling and the security. And then their customers bring in their servers and their racking.
I guess so the difference would be that you're saying would be planning to do it a number of small entities, not one big Facebook one or one big Amazon one or something.
We do not have a Meta or a Google as a customer, but we do have
Okay.
co-locators.
So I've talked to I've read multiple news stories with mayors from West Valley. I can't remember a couple others, and they all said employed about 15 to 30.
Yeah, those are generally one customer. Like
Okay,
Meta,
so that's the
Google,
difference.
somebody that's just
Okay.
wants their product in there.
And when you say that the emissions are lower, is that based on carting those emissions off somewhere else in a truck or
Right.
paying money
Yeah.
to outsource them or?
So our plan does not use any carbon credits. So we're not buying credits
Okay.
and just doing a ledger saying that the pollution is somewhere else when it's really here. It's because we're literally putting technology on top of the generators to remove the emissions.
So you're saying you use greater technology than our own power plants? at Provo City?
Absolutely. Your power plants were permitted back when the standard was lower. It still means they're clean, by the way. I'm not trying to say that they're not good. They're probably really good. The standard is even higher now. It's crazy high. In fact, it's so high that no one would ever do that other than a data center. No one would ever. Your city would probably never even do that. That's why you put your power plants far away where your standards are lower. So you can create those emissions, right? Which makes sense, right? Nobody's too bothered by that reality. So I wish there was something I could say that would make you think maybe this is interesting. The only thing I would say is I've sent you a lot of data individually. Some of it was confidential, some of it was public. I have no idea if it mattered. One of them I sent this morning, and it was our last ditch effort to try to say, there's more to this than just a data center. One thing that you need as a city is infrastructure, and it takes a lot of money to build infrastructure. And if you have a power plant, we can do two things for you. We can produce steam and we can produce chilled water. Those two things alone will allow your hotels that you've been wanting, other big employers who want to come in here, to give them a more efficient footprint, because we can do that cheaper than they can. If everybody puts in their own furnaces and their own water heaters, that's going to be proportionately less efficient. But when you have a data center that is extracting off the heat off the servers and converting that into steam instead of just emitting it to the atmosphere, we can now sell steam or sell chilled water to other large off-takers.
Okay,
like
I
a
was
hotel.
wondering about that when I saw that email. So does that mean that you are doing infrastructure like piping to those? Like, how are you doing this?
You would have to have the permission to do that, right? Because we're not your
Yeah.
utility company. But if you had a large stakeholder show up in your city and saying, we would love to be here, and they knew that we would be able to give them steam or chilled water, their costs go way down. It means their carbon footprint goes way down. It means their infrastructure costs go way down, and we can now offset that.
But
That's what
I
big
assume you
cities
do have to connect to each other.
Yeah, you'd have a
So
pipe.
it's a significant infrastructure cost
You
and
bring them a pipe.
disruption.
Yep, just like a water pipe, a sewer pipe, you would
Okay.
bring them a pipe. And thankfully, everything around your airport isn't that far away from this site. I mean, we're not going to go maybe to downtown Provo like here, but if you're trying to attract big users, whatever they are, Amazon, other hotels, I promise you, they would love to have steam. They would love to have chilled water. Now, problem is, those are other discussions. That's not really on the table. But that treatise that we sent you was really just to say, when people want to invest a lot of money in your community, it's not just a good or bad. It could be, well, what are the opportunities, right? And the opportunity could be we can bring you the ability to bring down their infrastructure, which means they now have more interest to come because maybe their carbon footprint is smaller. Maybe their investment can now be lowered a little bit. So those are interesting things. I probably can keep yammering on. If you have any questions for me, I would love to answer them, but I understand.
Councilor Whipple.
So you gave us lots of good reasons for why you would want to come to Provo that don't actually have anything to do with the particular A1 zone site area. Did you look at other parts of Provo where this is already allowed by zoning?
Yeah, so here's a couple problems we have. You have other customers coming in or other developers, other data centers coming into your community. They've been doing that for a long time. Historically, Provo has been saying we don't want data centers, partly because you didn't have the electricity and you didn't want the water consumed, right? Thankfully, that paradigm is changing. Water consumption isn't like it used to be. Everybody's doing closed loops. I mean, every new data center is being hit with this new paradigm. But in Provo, you have a different problem. You have a big, ginormous mountain. The reason, the closer you get to that mountain, and that's mostly where Provo wants the data centers to go on the east side, near impossible to get get an air permit. BYU barely got theirs, and they're what, 18 megawatts? Barely got it, barely. They wouldn't be able to do it today. If we want to do 100 megawatts, which is barely what the market wants, they want like a gigawatt. I would never propose one on the east side because I'm promoting island power. Sorry, if you have grid power, they would go all day long. But if I have to do an island power, which means not connected to your grid, which means I don't impact your grid, I don't impact anybody else in the community, I would probably never be able to get an air permit because the mountain brings down drafts down the mountain and it compresses the emissions and they keep them around the building, which means the emissions don't disperse, which means the particulate matter, the things that we're measuring as pollution would stay on site, which makes it unhealthy for anybody to be there, workers, neighbors, whatever. So being closer to your mountains makes it super duper hard. And UMP already knows that. So I don't think it's bad that you want them over there, but that means grid power. For us that are trying to solve it through an 18-month to 24-month window, we have to build our own power plant. And if we don't, there's just no grid power. So it's not really a choice. So anyway, did that answer your question?
Yeah, that was helpful. So what you're saying is that while a data center might be over there, the power for it would not be appropriate over there.
It would be near impossible. Yeah.
So what I've been learning through these discussions and the briefings that we've had is that right now, UMPA does not want any island power stations.
True.
Okay, so what's your response to that?
That's a new development, by the way. But I think appropriately, I don't know if we get credit. I feel like we were one of the first to kind of like say, hey, we want to do an island power plant, which, by the way, nobody would ever propose a 100 megawatt island power plant. That is such a crazy idea.
It does seem crazy. So tell me why it's not.
The petrochemical plants in the world are like gigawatt level. They all are islanded, meaning there's no grid power to supply these really ginormous petrochemical plants. And so they all have island power, every one of them. There's just not enough grid power to supply them, whether they're in a foreign country or even locally. So we just applied that same reality all the way down to 100 megawatts, okay? This is a true story, and I hope I can entertain you for just one second. When I walked into UMPA, and I said, hey, we went on to do a 100 megawatt island power plant, they went like this. They couldn't even get their heads around. They understand power. I'm not trying to lower their acumen, but it is for you and me, just regular folks. It's still hard to imagine what 100 megawatts. When we say Provo has 200 megawatts in the summer, that's a number, but it doesn't really mean much. But for the guys that are in electricity, like the power department, it is so much. And yet we want to do 100 megawatts in one building. I mean, it's insane, right? So for us, that was simple because 100 megawatts is not that hard to permit or build. You can build those in about 18 months. For a city though, most of the times you're going to have an island power plant that might be 5 megawatts or 10 megawatts, or maybe the max 20 megawatts, like for a sewer treatment plant. That's where you would see island power most likely. So when you jump all the way to 100, super unique, but at the same time, it's only unique because all of like 12 months ago, there was power in the grid. And so you didn't have to go in that category. So I don't know if that really answers your question, but generally we just did what is normally being done elsewhere when power is not available. You build an island power plant, which means you don't have to stress the transformers and the transmission lines.
Yeah, so I will say, coming into this, everything that I know about data centers makes me not like them, but I'm not an expert. I just things that I've picked up through news reports and books and stuff like that. And so my biases coming into this, where this is going to take a lot of water, this is going to use a lot of electricity, there will be lots of pollution and emissions. It'll be a depreciating asset. And so the value to the city is going to be inflated and it will go down over time. And a lot of e-waste ends up getting generated. So these are these are the assumptions that I'm coming into it that I've been able to recognize. I'm sure there are more floating around back there that are influencing me. So I really want to learn more about your technologies that you're using, which I'm not familiar with, because this is something that's new that I don't know about. and I want to know how it's been used in other places, why this is a viable thing. Really, that it has been used elsewhere, and it's not just like, we could do this. This is a wonderful theoretical thing that if, you see what I mean?
Yeah.
So not just proof of concept, but where it's actually been implemented. That would help me to feel better about it. I don't know that it makes me want to put it next to the airport, but we will be looking at creating a data center policy because we need this. We haven't thought through this, and it's coming on us like an avalanche. And so we need to get all of this good information so that we can make an informed policy, so that we can see when people like you are coming to us, whether you're giving us a good project or a good story that may not actually be realized.
Can I offer maybe then my advice, which free advice, it's worth what it is, right? As a developer, we get pinned between two places, specifically on data centers. UMPA says, go and get the permitting from the city and then come back to us and work out whether or not we can, work out the details. And then the city says, go talk to UMPA and work out the details. And if you can get them to support it, then come back to us. My ask is this. Because you're going down a road that I think is going to keep happening. I think I'm one, there's probably 50 more behind me that don't know what I know right now and will walk into your town and go, we love your town. You have an airport. You did all these cool improvements to it. You got high pressure gas. You got great colleges and great or a metro area. You just have a lot of things that they're going to see. They're like, this is a no-brainer. And you're going to keep getting hit with that. My belief is this. If you say, great, let's evaluate your project, and it's contingent. After we evaluate project, make sure it's worthy of its merits, like you're suggesting, whatever level that you need it to be at, subject to the policy of UMPA, right? Because they have to still say something. But if both parties say, go get the other side to work it out, I don't think anybody's going to work with UMPA and then hope that it works out with Provo. They want to start with Provo, and then they want to work with utility companies, right? So maybe it's a chicken and the egg. I'm just suggesting that you as a city can say, great, here's all our standards. You have to meet them. It might be through development agreements. It might be through other standards you have. And then UMPA can just go, great, we have a policy. It's very clear. You have to do all this stuff. We have to run it. It has to be below or above a certain parameter. And there's going to be variables that I think are still going to be figured out. But then those people will still keep coming to you. And why this is important is 100 megawatt data center right now that we're proposing in your city is $1.3 billion. That's the low number. You're going to keep getting those. And the next one will be 2 billion. And the next one will be 3 billion. They'll just keep getting bigger because they want to be bigger. They want to be, gigawatt level. Provo may decide, these are terrible ideas. Don't bring them into our town. Generally, that has been the attitude. But at the same time, I would just rebut one big detail. Other than the emissions, which is going to be a hard one to get over if anyone wants to do island power, they don't take a lot of water. That comment keeps happening over and over and over. I promise you that world is gone. Where you have a lot of water, maybe people want to keep, evaporating off the water. Quick number. Our data center will use between 3.3 million to 10.9 million per year.
Million watts?
Gallons, sorry.
Gallons
per year. If you are a regular data center, which is 99% of all data centers of the past, which is most of the data you have, which makes sense, they are consuming per year 620 million. So that makes sense when your staff says, whoa, we do not want these guys in our town, because you're looking at 620 million gallons being evaporated off. That's over. That may work where you have a large body of water and people don't worry about water, like maybe in the east or maybe the upper northwest. But we're talking about 3.3. Now, when people talk about, well, does it leak and does it other things? Like anything, if it leaks, that's a problem, right? Nobody's wanting like your car have a leak. So the good news is the world that is coming into your vicinity isn't going to need a lot of water. That's not the variable. Sorry, probably talking too much. Anyway, there you go.
Well, no, because I asked for that because, these biases that I've picked up, they can be outdated and everything. And I think you're right. And that's why we do need to develop a clear, coherent policy, something in conjunction with UMPA, with the power, so that we don't have to ping pong someone back and forth in a horrible little catch-22. I certainly want to avoid that. You did send us many things. I have been out of town, so I have not read all of them as carefully as I should. But I really am very interested in these technological advancements for the physical facility.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen. Your presentation has been interesting and helpful and impressive. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
And as Councillor McKay, do you have another question or comment?
Thank you. You're really likable, and I learned something. I
Well,
think you're going to land somewhere.
I was in your work meeting today.
Oh.
Kind of knew where it was going to go.
Okay,
Thank you.
so
No reason to come up all.
and what it has done for us is engage us in this conversation. And I believe then if you were part of that meeting or heard, we made a motion to have our staff help us develop policies and move forward because we agree this is going to continue coming to our city.
You have a great city. Data centers love you guys. Hopefully there's a place that both can exist. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Jensen. Unless there's are other questions or discussion, I'll call for a vote on this motion, on this implied motion. Councillor McKay?
Yes. No, no, sorry.
Redo.
Councillor McKay?
No.
Councillor Whipple?
No.
Councillor Bogdan?
No.
Councillor Christensen? No. Councillor Garrett? No. Councillor Handley?
No.
The vote is 6-0. The 0-6. The implied motion fails with Councillor Travis Hoban excused. Thank you again for all those who participated tonight and spent time with us. We will now, if there's no objection, we'll adjourn the council meeting by unanimous consent. Thank you and good night.
Recording stopped.